Hello, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. Welcome to HP to XP. I am Chris, the DM for our Umbranthal campaign. Before we jump into our story tonight, we have some introductions, some acknowledgments, and some announcements to make. I'd like to start by introducing our players. First, we have Sarah Kate, we have Drew, we have Jake, we have Altamirage, we have Sarah Jordyn, we have Steph, and we have Matt. If you're interested in getting to know a little bit about our players, you can check out interviews that we've done with them over on our YouTube channel. Sarah Kate, I believe you have some people that you would like us to acknowledge tonight.
Yeah, I would love to just acknowledge our production team for coming together just to make Adventures in Umbranthal the show that it is. We have a lot of folks working behind the scenes to bring this world to life, and we really can't wait to show all of you. Our wonderful character artist, Mac, created the design and art the players wanted to represent in their characters. Thanks to our off-stream friends, Charlie and Jen, for the design of the HP to XP logo. Mel, the Twitch sensation, Mel Mao Plays, who created the awesome emotes and sub badges for Twitch and Discord so that we can all show off our Umbranthal pride. Mirage from our cast with the lovely shirt on and bat bow tie, I believe, designed our bits badges for Twitch. And Cross, our live producer and the animator of the opening sequence, whose face is not currently available, is our man behind the curtain, helping ensure our production and our performances run smoothly. So together, we're HP to XP, and we're all so glad you're here.
Thanks, Sarah. As a reminder, you can find us live on Twitch every Wednesday at 7 Eastern for our campaign stream, and also on Saturday mornings at 10 a.m. Eastern, where we focus on world building and DM tools like Foundry Virtual Tabletop, mapping software, art assets, and more. If you do miss us live, you can hop over to our YouTube channel and check out our VODs. And please use the links in our chat and our descriptions to connect with us on social media, our Discord server, and our website. As a friendly reminder for all of you, our players do not pay attention to chat during our stream. We are focused on the game. However, our mods are there to engage with chat, answer your questions, and keep that ball rolling. So please respect them as well. So now our adventure begins. Welcome to Umbranthal.
Journey to Umbranthal is produced for mature audiences. The topics and roleplay may be challenging, including instances of violence, power, and race. Our chat and comment sections are a place to respectfully engage with these topics and offer us your feedback.
It is the age of Savsor, a time of warm winds and great bounties across the whole of Umbranthal. On the northern end of the continent of Voltova lies the Dwarven lands, unified nearly 1,000 years ago as the Alberg Kingdom, ruled these last 39 years by King Lorbrick. It is the Alberg who gave Umbranthal its modern calendar and, indirectly, many of the tensions that abound across the globe. South of the Alberg Kingdom, across the Vorfin Mountains, lies the Commonwealth. 300 years of diplomacy and conquest enabled a single human tribe to rise and become a world power, a status the Commonwealth has enjoyed for 6 centuries. The southern third of Voltova is home to the Politia of Falar, traditionally elven lands. For over 4,000 years, the elves and their neighbors eschewed any form of centralization. But with the advances of the Alberg and the rise of the Commonwealth, a federation took shape. It's a loose network of city-states with vast ungoverned freelands, for the elves still count freedom as the highest of their virtues. Barely a century has passed since war gripped the continent. The Commonwealth and the Politia vied over the Habrock region, a strip of land to the east of the Haldir Mountains and north of the Oakfell River, which had been ignored for generations until mineral wealth was discovered there. A contentious peace has been maintained for some 100 years, but the memory of war in the Habrock is still fresh for many. The Commonwealth city of Cassina is home to an imperial garrison set to guard the northern border of the Habrock. For the elven soldiers of the Politia, the skirmishes they fought there are still a recent memory and the subject of much study. And of course, for the refugees who fled the Habrock and those who have remained in its shattered landscape, the effects of the diaspora are felt daily. Peace came to Altova with the discovery of a new continent, Clausthal. With its discovery by Commonwealth forces, sailors, explorers, miners, and adventurers set out from Altova in search of new people, new lands, and new opportunities. But one needs not venture too far from home to partake in the pursuit of gold and glory. Despite the efforts of the three powerful states which dominate Altova, there remain unexplored and ungoverned forests, mountains, caves, and ancient crypts. Our story, our adventure in Umbranthal, begins in springtime, the 23rd day of Juinar, in the 937th year of Sabsor. We find ourselves in the shadow of the Haldir Mountains, in Seva, a settlement so small as to barely warrant being called a town. Gathered round a table in a nameless tavern beside a rock and dirt road, we find a group of 4 individuals brought together by chance, now dining, drinking, and recovering from a roadside ambush as 3 very uncommon individuals enter. Steph, would you like to describe the first person who catches their eye?
Yeah, so as you enter, you will see tabaxi, snow leopard print, so grays and whites, blue eyes, with the character art is for later, studded leather armor for now, a shield that has a cloud, a mountain, and a lightning bolt on it, as well as, like lots of fur around the neck, as well as a nice big poofy tail, is sharing in a toothy grin and a drink with new friends.
And with Cloud, we have Sarah. Would you like to introduce your character and tell them what they see?
Sure. Maple has a very large sun hat on the top of her head, a blue shirt, half of one of her sleeves. The rest of her shirt from the ribcage down is also ripped off. So it was a full shirt at one point, but it's now a crop top. So she wears pretty baggy khakis, very tomboy, 2 braids in her hair. It's gray. One of her eyes is half green, and it always has a twinkle in it of mischief. She's very beefy, kind of like a Dorito bod at the gym. She's about 6'2", but she's currently wearing multiple backpacks, so that's fun.
And with Cloud and Maple are 2 other individuals. Matt, would you care to describe your character for them?
Well, Fenn is a wood elf. It's around 5'9", about 145 pounds or so. Kind of copper skin, dark brown hair, hazel eyes. When you look at Fenn, you see well-worn leather armor that has definitely seen better days. Yet it seems to be well cared for. Other than the armor, you also see that almost all his other clothes seem to be handmade from hides or leather skins, or furs from animals that are common in the Habrock region. Along with that, you see a hand axe on his side and a bow and a quiver. And he just seems to have furtive glances, seeing new strangers arrive. He seems to cast kind of almost a wary, nervous glance and look over to see what is coming in to this somewhat of an inn establishment.
Right. And the fourth member of the party who has already found a seat in this nameless tavern, Drew, would you describe what the new arrivals see in your character?
You would see a early 20s human female, about 6'4", so likely the tallest of the bunch outside of Maple. Relatively lithe build, fairly physically strong looking. Colors are mostly brown. Brown trench coat, brown hat that sits on her brow. The only real accents are silver on her boots, if you can see them. Silver pendant that's got a red jewel at the center, red eyes, white hair. That's all you would really notice off the bat.
Right. And coming in the door, looking a little road weary and a little beat up in some cases, are a very interesting collection of individuals. Mirage, would you care to introduce them to your character and describe what he looks like as he comes into the room?
Of course. You see a incredibly tall and gaunt, kind of gangly orc. It's kind of hard to tell because he doesn't have much skin showing at the moment. In fact, he has what looks to have at one point probably been an old cloak wrapped around his face. It definitely doesn't match the rest of his outfit, which he is wearing pastel pink and a nice little red with a little bit of leather armor, but he's wearing long skirt and just generally kind of nice clothes. And he has super long white hair, extremely pale skin from the very little you can see of his hands. He's also very tall. He has horrible posture and he is just almost hunched over and slouching. He is about, God, what did I say? 6'6". So probably taller when he stands upright, but.
Okay. And along with this very tall, oddly clad orc, we have the bookend of the party, the shortest of the three. Sarah, would you like to describe for the others what they see coming in through the door along with Ahzyris?
Happy to. Anara is a young elven woman standing only 5'4" tall, so obviously the shortest of the bunch. She has deep, dark violet skin and piercing lavender eyes. Her long, curly white hair is pulled back behind her elvish ears and is loosely braided over her left shoulder with a leather strap braided in with it and tied in a knot at the end. She wears slim-fitting, but not overly tight leather pants, a blue button-front linen shirt which has green satin fabric along the collar and arm cuff edges, and knee-high leather boots. Around her waist is a brown leather waist corset, which she wears purely for fashion, as her waist is already slender enough on its own. Strapped loosely around her neck is a dark purple cloak and hood, which she uses to protect her delicate skin from the harmful effects of the sun and to better heighten shadows. Attached to a belt around her hips is a rapier with which she practices often. She also has 2 daggers placed in a leather scabbard strapped to her right thigh, just in case.
Is Anara still wearing the eye covering that she had been wearing?
She is. Her brother actually fashioned her a makeshift sun visor to protect her eyes from the sun.
All right. And the final member of this trio coming in, Jake, would you describe your character for everyone?
So Rhys is 5'8".
He's just shy of 200 pounds, and he's taller and thicker than your average drow. Looks more like a half drow, even to a casual observer because of his size. His skin is a lighter shade than the other drow beside him, and he's wearing one obvious piece of jewelry of an amulet of a bow over a full moon. And hanging from his shoulders is a pretty nondescript brown cloak that is pulled up to the elbows. And because his elbows down are exposed, you can see ritualistic scars along his forearms on both sides, and then also runic tattoos along his fingers and his hands. He has a pretty unglamorous long sword sheathed at his hip, and slung over his back is a shield, a kit bag, and half a dozen javelins bundled up.
All right. So, seeing you three walk in the door, the barkeeper, innkeep Veis looks up from behind the bar. Hi, can I help you?
Need a room?
All right, we got a common room upstairs. These four are already sort of have it booked, but there's room still. So half a gold a night each gets you the room and your meals. You pay for your drinks.
I think we
You
should
mean
do
to
it,
say
Rhys.
that we're paying full price for a shared room?
You can pitch your tents out in the back if that's what you'd like to do. That's fine. We can make a deal for the food, but
Come on,
room
Rhys,
and
I
board's
think we
half a
should
gold a
really
night.
do it. We should really do it. I need to get out of the sun.
I think it sounds lovely.
All right. Fair enough. Not fussed about it.
All right. We got pork, potatoes, turnips, ale. You pay for your drinks, but your food's included in the room and board. What can I get you?
For that long journey, I
nice.
could definitely use a drink.
That sounds lovely. I would love to have one of them. What do you recommend?
Veis looks at you very confused because he has already said ale. So he just looks at you again and, well, we have ale.
Oh yes, I mean, food-wise, what do you recommend?
Ahzyris,
Yes.
please. The food here definitely tastes all the same. It probably tastes like mush, so it doesn't really matter what you pick. I guarantee you that.
Definitely better than the rations we had on the road.
As this is happening, I think that Cloud would nudge Veirona slightly and say, what are these people?
You know what, Cloud? I'm not really sure there, bud, but I really think that we should go upstairs. I know you said that you wanted to set up a little bit of a bed, with some straw. I mean, I'd be absolutely chuffed if you let me go outside and get that for you. I'll meet you upstairs. How does that sound?
That sounds very nice, Maple. If you want to carry up lots of hay, that would be very nice. If it is at least 4 inches thick, then I can put my bedroll on top of it. We will talk to the new people and let me know when you return.
No.
Oh.
No.
We're not talking? Oh.
No. Anyone who's been paying attention, the moment that Veirona notices the drow, kind of hunches more in, doesn't want to be noticed by them at least.
Maple is super busy trying to think about how much 4 inches is, so she'll turn over to Cloud and go, Cloud, what's an inch there, bud? I'm not really sure. I'll just start bringing up armfuls. How does that sound? And she abandons her dinner.
No, it's okay. I will help you, sis. Best to get out anyways.
Fenn, in the meanwhile, is just kind of quiet, but just kind of watching, making sure, keeping his distance from everyone to make sure it's all right. but just kind of overhears that conversation saying, I don't think they're from around here. I
No,
don't
sir,
really
probably
know
not,
if I've
but
seen
that's
anybody like that before.
it's
Oh,
okay.
well,
if
you
they're not
know,
from around here.
Clotop told me not to talk to strangers, so I think I'm just gonna go out back and
Great
get some
advice in
straw.
this-
I'll
in
see you
this-
guys in a minute. And she gets immediately to running in the back. She probably ditches both of her backpacks and her great axe just on the ground, not setting them up against something. She's in a hurry, so she's out the door.
All right. So Veas looks at Rhys with a little bit of an eye roll, like, who's this kid? And looks to Ahzyris and says, the food's all fine. I got pork, I got potatoes, I got turnips. I can get you all three. I can get you one or the other. You tell me what you like.
Right, all. Thank you.
All right, we'll get you all three. Little lady, what can I get for you?
Aside from the ale, I think I'll definitely go for the pork.
All right, pork. And what about you, little cousin? What can I get for you? And he looks Rhys right in the eye.
I'll have the same.
As which one of them?
The other elf.
All right, very good. Pork and an ale. I'll be right along. Veas goes and busies himself. You hear a little bit of shuffling around in the back and the sound of the back door opening and him coming back in and plates moving about. A few minutes goes by and he brings out 3 plates of food to set down. Are the 3 of you still at there's a bar, there are several tables, there are a series of low, not quite benches, not quite tables. They're a little tall to be a bench. They're a little short to be a table, but they seem like the kind of place that people tend to sit. So are you going to remain at the bar or are you moving to take a table?
Rhys is going to lean over to Anara and whisper in her ear, be careful what you tell these surface dwellers, because they're not going to trust you and they're not going to trust me no matter what.
You assume I trust them. Definitely don't want to give away too much too quickly. So
All
how
right.
about we go take a table over here in the corner?
Once we
Fair
do,
enough.
once we do take a table, or probably on the way, Ahzyris will lean over to Anara and kind of pull down the makeshift cloak wrapping around his face. You still can't really see his face because it's just hair. There's just white hair all in his face. But you can just barely see his mouth as he pulls it down. And he just goes, so, Anara, about what we were talking about earlier, how often do you do it?
Probably 2, maybe 3 times a week.
Really?
It's really all you need.
Not like every day.
I would
I'm
like
shocked.
to eavesdrop
Uh,
or
go,
attempt to.
go ahead and make a perception roll.
First roll.
Ahzyris, are you attempting to be not heard by anyone?
No, this is just his voice.
Okay, very good. Anara,
This is just
are
how he
you
talks.
attempting to not be heard?
Not at all.
Okay, very
I'm
good.
quiet, but not trying to help.
Okay, all right.
Is it
Cloud, what'd you
13?
get?
I rolled a 13.
Okay, they are definitely perceptible. You can understand that they are speaking in the words they are using. So you can hear this. So
Veirona is definitely just suspicious in general. So would I be able to insight check their intentions, if they're up to any trouble or if they're just here for the evening?
You can make a perception check to see if they are displaying any overt hostility.
All right. We are sitting at a 12.
Rhys, are you displaying any overt hostility? Because you would be the only one.
With Anara and Ahzyris, as soon as they start talking again about what they were talking about allegedly, he'll just like look up at the ceiling. Just more annoyance than anything else.
All right. They do not appear to have hostile intent in your eyes, Veirona.
Veirona, have you run into any of these kind of people before?
Oh, and frankly, I'm better off for it. If you'll excuse me, I think I'm going to join Maple with setting up the beds. Yes. Have a good. I will talk to you later if you come up to bed. Good night.
Well, good night, Veirona, Miss Veirona.
Cloud will look at Fenn and be like, does that mean something? And I'm not getting it.
I don't rightly know, Miss Cloud. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on because I've never seen Miss Veirona like this, and so, and I've never seen people like that. Veirona seems nervous, but Cloud, you seem like this is kind of normal. Or have you seen folks like this from where you're from?
Well, I mean, my experience from where I'm from is very limited. And the last 48 hours have been very strange. So I am very unsure of what this normal is. But they do not seem very, I don't know, what's the word, threatening, but they do seem different.
Yeah, that's kind of my feeling. I mean, grew up around these parts, but mostly seeing elves and humans because of the fighting that's gone on for at times, just skirmishes and whatnot. So,
Ben, go ahead and give me a history check.
All right. Nine.
You would recognize these people as having two of these people as having elven features, but you would definitely not have run into anybody who had their kind of dark violet skin before. You definitely have not seen anyone who looks like Ahzyris before.
In some ways, they remind me of my kin because they seem to have at least some features of the elves, but I've never seen that kind of skin. And their companion, well, he just looks real tall. I can't see his face. I had no idea. I just kind of stammers off and gets nervous looking around again.
All right. Cloud feeling like, maybe like needs to step up in more like a more leadership type role after like kind of managing the last few combats and feeling like, they're responsible to a certain degree, will like nod and get up and walk on over and just walk on over.
And Anara continues the conversation. So,
Okay.
Ahzyris, I don't want to assume. Can you write? Read and write?
Yes.
Wonderful. If you like, I can give you the ingredients for it.
I would love that. That would be so nice. Thank you. My hair's just had the worst split ends, and I just don't know what to do about it. So that would be so nice.
Your hair looks beautiful. Maybe just a little trim at the bottoms to get rid of the split ends. But 2-3 times a week, if you apply this hair mask, it'll do wonders for your hair.
That's great.
So,
thank you. Your hair is so nice.
Oh, well, thank you very much. So all you need is a little bit of avocado, some spinach. Avocado, it's a green vegetable-like thing. Then some spinach, looks a lot like lettuce. Need some nettle.
He's like writing this down. He pulled out a little notebook and he's writing this down. As he looks up to question another ingredient, he sees you approaching, and he goes, "Oh, hello there."
It's a pretty kitty. Hi, pretty kitty.
Hello. Yes. Thank you.
Can we help you?
Well, I was going to ask like who you are and like what you are doing here, but on my way over, I heard you discussing beauty tips about like for like hair. Does that also work for fur? Because I also like to take good care of my fur.
I don't see why not. I mean, I've been using this treatment for years and it does wonders for my hair. So we can try it on your fur if you like.
Well, that would be wonderful. I'm Cloud, by the way. What are your names?
I'm Anara. And this is my friend Ahzyris.
I'm Ahzyris. Good to meet you.
Cloud's gonna like look a little bit closer at Ahzyris and like maybe lean in a little bit. Not sure if
There's
like
just-
they can
there's
see
just
any
hair.
eyeballs. Just
I
hair.
mean,
Okay.
You
Anara has
probably
pulled her blindfold up. So you can
you
see her
probably
eyes now.
can like see a little bit underneath. Like he's got a face under there. He's just got a lot of hair.
Cloud will pretend as though they don't have any questions there and look at Rhys. Hi, I'm Cloud.
Hi,
Wake up, Rhys.
I'm
Are you also
well awake.
traveling to the next town? Or
Yes, he's a very
Yes.
talented bard.
Yes, let me just outline our schedule and our journey, and let me write it here on a map, and then if you want to find me later, you can.
Now there's no need to be rude.
that was sarcasm and I didn't get it. Cloud's gonna look over to Fenn and be like, they seem fine. They seem fine.
Yeah, it seems all right. I'm just kind
This
of
is Fenn.
because of their elven
Fenn.
features, but yeah, he was kind of being what I felt was sarcastic towards you, but I wouldn't need any of that to find him anyway. So I think that'd be all right. But so I
Rhys is a little rough around the edges. Pay him no mind.
kind of walk over, having seen Cloud kind of make an initial introduction and saying it's okay, and kind of glance at Anara and Rhys, and I hope I'm not prying, but are y'all of elven blood?
In a matter of speaking, the true elves have been around just as long as the wood elves.
Oh,
You don't have to lie to him. These are clearly prosthetic. Points to his ears.
perception check on the ears.
Go ahead.
Hey, I
Go
rolled
ahead.
for perception on
Go
that.
ahead and give me a perception roll.
18.
Those are definitely his real ears.
Ahzyris leans
Short as
into
they may be.
Rhys and just goes, I really think you should follow that comedic career. Your deadpan delivery really just sells it.
Thank you,
Um,
Ahzyris.
In this moment, I think, how safe is Veirona being going out the door?
What do you mean? I don't
Like,
understand the
I
question.
think Veirona said that she was going to be going out to help Maple. Do you mean, Drew, were you telling us that she was going upstairs or that she was going outside to like help Maple with the hay?
Well, more than likely, she's not quite stormed, but not quite happily walked out the door. Smattering of both. So more than likely going to go help you.
Okay. Then I would like to think that Maple, having no free arms, busts open the door with her foot, without a care of anybody else being on the other side. She has hay kind of everywhere, so it's in her braids at this point. Was the hay bundled before she got it? Because it's not now.
When you say bust open the door, coming back into the tavern itself, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. So you would have to. The door swings outward, so
fun.
you would have to either open it with your hand or bang on it. So what would you like to do in that situation?
I think Maple would, not having a hand, kind of. How much hay is Veirona carrying? Does Veirona have a free hand? Because Maple is stuffed.
So to be clear, in order to get the hay up to the room, you had
Okay.
not gone back there, but you would have seen this when you went back to get the hay. The loft is accessed by a ladder in the back of the building that it leans up against the outside that goes up into what is a hayloft in any other set of conditions. So you wouldn't have to come through the main part of the tavern to get up to the upstairs with the hay. Where the hay is right next to the ladder that Cloud had previously gone up to look in and examine the space.
Okay, well then I would like to say that Maple did not notice the ladder at first, so there's probably a trail of stray hay leading all around the building to the front door. Maple
Easily
bangs
done.
on the front
Easily
door.
followed.
All right.
So, yeah.
So from outside, the five of you who are in the tavern hear a loud banging. Maple, are you saying anything to go along with the banging?
I think Maple's probably yelling for Cloud per usual. Hey Cloud, bud, I've got a real nice armful of hay here for you. I really dug in there to make sure it was dry. You know, I hate how much you hate being, I know how much you hate being wet. So if you could just let me in, that'd be real nice.
Excuse me, and I'll go help Maple.
Okay, are you going to allow Maple to come into the tavern with all of the hay, or are you going to do something other than that?
Probably like come out and help Maple get it up the ladder somehow. But I don't know if we can RP it or we can switch back to us.
Let's go ahead and see how getting the hay up into the hay loft goes.
I mean, between the three of us, I'm sure it's fine. I'm
All right, I imagine Cloud exits and like just sees Maple holding a giant thing of hay.
What does Cloud see?
I mean, was the hay bundled before Maple got to it?
It is a series of bales. Some of them have already been broken open and are scattered. Some of them are still more tightly bound.
Okay, Maple probably goes for the scattered hay, being that would probably be guaranteed to be dry. I don't know if it's under a covering of any sort, but Maple's very concerned
out in the world.
with. Okay.
Cloud will come out and be like, perhaps not through here. And there are, other people eating and things. Maple, let's try to find another way. And is there another way to the bedroom?
Oh, I mean, I don't know.
I
kept my head pretty far down the whole time. I just grabbed as much hay as I could carry and booked it for the front door, Cloud.
You're doing wonderful. Let's go
Cloud,
to the ladder.
You would know that the ladder is the only way. Yeah.
I'll show Maple the ladder. Do you think that you can do it on your own? Because, I'm very tired.
Oh my goodness, bud. How the heck did you see that there? I was right next to it and it completely passed me by. Go ahead, go back. I don't know if they have dessert in there, but that sounds like, that bartender really knows what the heck he's doing. That real food, as you call it, was absolutely wonderful. I think I'll go ahead and do it myself. Verona's here to help me too. So we can probably tag team it. I think she's pretty capable, aren't you, bud? And she turns to Veirona.
Yes. Yes, well, I will help her out. Thank you for showing us the ladder. I did not notice that before.
Yes,
yes.
and just so you know, it's really barren up there. Like, there are no beds. It is just a floor. It's quite uncomfortable looking.
Satisfying.
Oh, okay.
The
Well,
barracks
anyway, when you're
likely
done,
have even less.
you can rejoin us. The new people seem very nice. They gave me some beauty tips. I have to finish taking notes. I did not get all the notes.
You're talking with the other group.
Yes.
Cloud, what did I tell you, bud? New strangers are just friends we haven't met yet, right? I'm so glad that you took a page out of my book there, eh? That's absolutely wonderful.
So far, you seem like
a tiny bit careful. There's much history there.
Oh, like what? Is it a long story? Because I will get bored. I'll come back and ask you later.
Very well. Very well. I will help Maple with the hay. We will get you a nice bed and probably not come back in, but we'll see.
Oh, all right. Cloud will not care too much to find out why and go back in.
Very good. Maple, how much hay do you have?
I mean, Maple is, I mean, it's busting at the seams almost as much as her body is out of her shirt. So
Okay.
it's really,
A lot. Okay.
it's a lot.
Veirona, how much hay are you attempting to carry up into the hayloft?
Well, that -1 strength, definitely not playing to her advantage. So how
Okay.
much does a tied bundle weigh?
Oh, a completely tied bundle of hay in this case would be the size to feed a couple of horses or a cow for several, probably weeks if they were just munching it on their own. So on the order of 800 pounds.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No.
Yeah, these are
not that
full-size
much.
bales.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. I thought as much, but it was just like, maybe it's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Age of Empires, like tiny hay bales. No, probably just a armful.
okay.
Like no more than bundle of sticks or something like that.
All right. Maple, I would like you to make a dexterity saving throw to get up the ladder.
Okay. That's interesting. I was gonna say, does my danger sense come into play here?
I'm gonna say no, because it's not really I don't think it's something that you would have any experience with in such a way that would warrant you even thinking it's dangerous.
Oh, okay.
You just heard Cloud say, take the hay upstairs, and you're like, oh yeah, sure, I'll do that. So yeah, you're going to just go ahead and try and take all this hay up a ladder.
Okay.
Maybe do it in smaller trips, just a tiny. Okay.
That's a 17.
Maple takes every bit of hay that she can gather up, holds it against her body with one arm, the way she was dragging the goblin around, and begins to shoot up this ladder quicker than anything you've ever seen, Veirona. It is moving ballet in a way that you would have never dreamed someone could do. And she scurries up the ladder and dives into the opening with the hay.
Well, that was a thing.
Shoots and ladders is now barbarians and ladders. Jeez.
That's how I play it.
Maple, could I just toss you the rest of this?
Is this hayloft, is it a closed space on the top, or is it like an open does the ladder go straight up and there's no wall, or does Maple have to crawl through an opening of some sort?
So on the back side of the building where the hay is and the ladder leans up against the building, there is an opening that is about 4 feet by 4 feet. So it's a good sized opening. It's not small, but it is just an opening in the wall. It's a gabled roof building. So when you crawl in through the opening, it is about 2 crawls to get past sort of the lowest part of the roof and to get into the space that's more open and taller. So once you are into the space, the peak height on the roof, the ridge of the roof, is probably for you about 3 inches over your head.
Okay. So I think Maple, hearing Veirona, just dumps all of the hay that she has in her arms and pokes her head out. It would be vertically straight down, horizontally out of the hole. Go, oh yeah, bud, we can definitely try that. Go ahead. If you can get him up here, I'd be happy to pull him in.
Is it? I've been to barns before, and like just taking a handful of hay and jumping generally will get it up into the loft. Is this more like that, or is it more like, it's a solid, couple stories up?
It is a solid 8-foot climb. It is a full floor up to get in here, but it's not multiple floors or anything like that.
Okay.
So I will say
wingspan,
this. Yeah, you probably can just hand up to Maple. You are tall enough that with arms fully extended, you could just hand this up and Maple would be able to take it from you.
Excellent. Yeah, just right here. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Take it. You any moment now, please. Please.
Maple
Pretty please.
Maple grabs it very fast.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely, bud. You know, I think just probably a couple more of these. I know you said you were gonna tell me how much 4 inches is. You want to maybe come up here and take a look-see and see if it's about right?
Well, easy enough. All right. How much hay? Like,
You have to tell me how there is more than enough hay for you two to haul up there to cover the entire floor if you want. You just need to tell me how much hay you want to haul up there.
I think Maple just keeps eagerly like peering out, like waiting for more bales. Hey bud, you know, as much as you can handle, if you want to switch spots, you know, we can do that too. I'm more than happy to help you out.
No. Trust you will be better at handling the heavy stuffs than me grabbing it and bringing it up. Verona's gonna make her way up at least to check how much hay there is, because you know she doesn't need a 4-inch buffer. Doesn't need anything that luxurious. So,
Sure.
is based on what we have, is there enough for a 4-inch tall, or I guess 4-inch dagger depth of hay for a bed?
You have moved a pretty significant amount of hay up there. If you are moving enough hay for Cloud to have a 4-inch bed and a scattering under the other 3 of you, you probably have enough hay at this point.
Perfect.
Okay, Veirona, you know, I am not good at making things look nice, and I know that Claude asked you earlier, and you look very well put together. Would you mind actually, you know, if I hand you little handfuls, would you be able to actually make the bed for them? I'm not really confident in my abilities.
This is a perfect time to learn, so absolutely.
All right, so with
easily
that, Veirona will instruct Maple in the fine art of
hay bed.
pushing hay into a 4-inch pile. With that, we will return to the remainder of these motley crew of individuals who are down in the inn itself. You've all been there now for a little while, eating, having this sort of somewhat friendly, somewhat uncomfortable conversation, getting to know one another. And Veus comes over to kind of the area between your tables. Can I get anyone anything else to drink? Anybody need another ale or more food? Food's included.
I would happily take another ale if you don't mind.
I can do another ale for you. Anyone else?
I think I'm good. Thank you so much. Everything tastes lovely.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. What about you, little cousin? Do you need another drink?
I think I do, considering the company.
Very good. Why don't you come with me? I'll pour them and you can take them back to the table. And he turns and walks over to pour a couple more ale out of a cask behind the bar. Do you follow?
Yes, Rhys will follow him, but just kind of give him a weird squint. There's no servers in this?
Nope.
Okay.
Just him.
Okay,
Just
yeah, he'll
Veus.
follow.
Okay. So he pours the 2 steins, puts them on the table, or puts them up on the bar, turns around, looks at you and goes, you're all right here. I know it's not normal for you to be on the surface too much, but it's all right here. We get other cousins coming through. Nobody will give you any mind. Don't worry about it too much. We had a group come through about a week ago. Some of them were actually looking for some folks to do work. So I don't know if you're looking for work, but if you end up looking for it, let me know. I got a note in the back I can share. But just know you're You're all right here. Don't. You can let the edge down a little bit.
Rhys will reach and grab the drinks and then say, "What do you mean? You seen some of, you said my folk?"
Well, I told you before, I guess you've probably never been this far down, but your folk make their way through. There's some of them that spend a good deal of time over in Antar, and some of those folks move back and forth, doing work and whatnot. There was what'd you call it? Bunch of ambassadors came through maybe a week ago, 2 weeks, something like that, on the way back from some sort of dealings up in the Imperium. On the way back through, a lady who looked, I mean, she was a little lighter skinned than you, but she has some history of your kind. She stopped for a little while and stayed the night. Mentioned that if I saw any folk who were looking for work, to pass along a note to them. So we don't get a whole lot of travelers through here, but you look like you can take care of yourself, and I think she'd appreciate someone of your sorts. So, like I said, you don't have to worry. Nobody here is going to give you any shit.
Right, so what you're saying is that we're staying in the Ambassador Barn now.
It's a fairly good name. I might have to name it that. Never thought of that. That's a good idea. That ale is on me for that one.
Oh, wonderful. And I'm fairly assured by your assurances, the way that you assured me just now. So in the morning, I suppose I'll ask you for that information that you're dying to give me, so...
Oh, I don't give a shit if you take it or not. I'm just saying there's work to be had if people need work. You look like the kind of person that she might be interested in. Take it or leave it. Don't fucking matter to me.
We'll talk about it in the morning then. I'll take the drinks and leave.
Okay.
So, Fenn, we heard from the bartender that we would be sharing a room with you and your companions.
Well,
is there enough room up there for all of us?
It's a general room. I'd call it almost like a hayloft, really. Just a place where people can lay their heads. So a room, it's not going to be real stately or anything like that. I'm not sure what type of accommodation y'all are used to. But for me, it might even be a step up, honestly.
To be honest, this is a bit of a step down for us.
Yeah.
Rhys comes back with the drinks and sets them on the table and says, "Speak for yourself." He sits down with the drinks.
Anara, when you say step down, what are these nicer places that you speak of?
Well, back home, we had real beds, roof over our heads regularly, good food. I barely call this food here, but this is kind of a step down for Rhys and I.
That's very disappointing. I'm so sorry for you. Where is your home? Like, in case I wanted to visit in my travels.
Rhys gives Anara a sharp look.
We're a little further north.
North, okay. I also wanted to ask you, Ahzyris, is that like your inside voice or your all the time voice? Or is that a rude question? I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's not rude at all. This is just how I speak.
Right.
Are y'all all from further up north? Did you have to leave? Was there fighting or something up there?
Let's just say circumstances led us here.
I'm just exploring the world. I've never left my hometown. This is my first time out.
Oh my gosh, me too. I mean, like, I've gone on a few days walkabouts, but nothing like this long, and never met so many different kinds of people. It makes me think that I feel like there's like so many more that I haven't yet seen.
It is rather exciting, isn't it?
It is. It is. This also seems intrusive, but I am curious. Is anyone here a cleric? Because I am looking to learn from clerics.
I'm afraid not.
Oh.
Officially, we're tour guides for Ahzyris here, so
Oh.
no.
You are like hired by Ahzyris?
That's what he decided, yes.
Oh.
After a manner.
Oh, I was hired as well.
It makes me wonder, does it pay well? Because all of these nice places that I eventually want to go to, they seem like they cost more money. So I'm trying to figure out also, how do I get more money?
Oh no, we're just friends. He called me friend recently, and I think that's all that it really is.
Oh, sorry.
Well,
Money.
well,
So
this,
where are you all from?
Oh, I'm like from like 5 or 6 days that way. I don't really know the directions too well. Fenn, what about you?
Fenn stares off in the distance, thinking.
well, did y'all pass through that wooded area, or what used to be more of a wooded area? Well,
We did, yes.
I guess that used to be my home. It's not really home to much of anything now.
Right.
How come?
Well, I met a gnoll, and I would suppose that you don't have gnolls in your family.
No. You know, it's a border area now between the human and elven lands. There was a lot of fighting in between maybe a century ago, and even after a sort of peace broke out, that was still there's still skirmishes, and frankly, our home community, we all had to flee because of the fighting in between. So we're scattered a little bit everywhere now. So I don't think I really have a home.
Very sorry to hear that.
Don't worry, Fenn. Maple will adopt you. She adopts everybody.
I think with that, Maple comes screaming down the stairs, much like a kid on Christmas. Very, very noisy. Her whole body probably makes the staircase shake a little bit. Is it a staircase or is it just another like ladder to get?
It's the ladder. That's it.
It is the ladder. Okay.
Yep.
So much so that you guys can hear it from outside. Comes running around the front of the building, opens the door, comes in very out of breath, face red as a tomato, and looks dead in Cloud's face. Go, Cloud, you'll never guess what I did, bud. Bunk beds.
How?
Oh, I
Bunk
mean,
beds?
you can come see if you want. I'm very
Okay.
proud of myself. I think Veirona's very proud of me too. You should come look.
Okay. Well, do you want to say hi to new people? I know how you like to say hi to new people. No?
Hi,
I
my
mean-
name is Anara. How are you?
Maple looks taken aback that Cloud is suggesting she talk to strangers, and she can't get inside fast enough. She's very excited for this. She'll go in. Are you guys sitting at the table?
Mhm.
Okay, is there a spare seat?
Oh, but of course.
Okay, is there a space in between Cloud or somebody else? Like,
Why not?
she'll,
Yes.
okay.
Sure, there are
So
plenty of
Maple,
seats.
okay, so Maple squeezes in between Cloud and whoever Cloud is adjacent to and goes, "Hi everybody, my name's Maple. Are we gonna go in a circle? How are we gonna do this? I'm so excited to meet everybody."
Hi, Maple. My name is Anara. This is my little brother, Rhys, and our rather tall friend, Ahzyris.
Oh my goodness, you guys are all so pretty. You know, I can't believe I showed up like this. I'm missing half a sleeve and the other half of my shirt. You know, you guys all look so well put together. And I think Maple will specifically pick out Rhys and go, Your ears are absolutely marvelous. I mean, mine don't do anything close to that. They're just little nubs of things.
Right. Well, the secret is if you keep working at it and you think about it really hard each morning, then you can shape them however you want. So just focus on that.
Mabel writes this down.
Oh,
and
dear.
goes, "Oh, absolutely, bud. Will do. I mean,
Oh, dear.
will I turn purple too if I think about it hard enough? I mean, I would love to be able to do that. That seems like a really nice trick. You know, Cloud here, they can make blue balls out of their hands. You know, is it that same concept? Can you make things turn colors too?"
So, Maple, what I have learned about Rhys is that sometimes he says the things in a very serious voice, but he means to make you laugh. And it's very hard to tell what is funny and what is serious. This one was funny.
Oh, okay. Very nice. And Maple will clap a little bit. I mean, does anybody else have a joke they'd like to share? I'm not really sure. Are we introducing ourselves, or is this a joke circle, not an intro circle? I don't know what's going on.
It's okay, Maple. It's okay.
Okay.
Which Veirona is gonna just open the Maple. I'm not exactly sure if that is structurally like feasible. I'm very certain it's going to And you found friends. Of course you did.
Oh, hi, Veirona. We're doing a joke/friend circle over here if you want to join. It's a real good time, eh?
Let's get this over with. Okay. Hi. She'll just grab a chair. If you mean that there's not one, bring it over as close to Fenn, Maple, them as possible. Hello, my name is Veirona, and these are my traveling companions, and that is all there is to it.
Oh, I think we're also doing favorite colors. You should say what your favorite color is. I'm guessing that for Rhys and Anara, it's purple.
How did you guess?
Veirona just kind of looks down at all the brown and the various shades of brown. Red. Obviously.
Red is a very pleasant color.
Oh my
Something
goodness.
to agree on.
Are we all sitting at the table now?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It certainly seems to be that way, that all of you are, whether it is one table that you've sort of huddled around or a couple of tables with chairs sort of all kind of together, you're all basically in a gaggle.
We've sort of la vie bohemmed
Mhm.
this.
Yes.
I think given that Maple wasn't present for the majority of the regular conversation, she'll probably just ask the members of the group she doesn't know yet. Okay, so Rhys and Anara, I'm sorry, what's your name? And she'll turn towards Ahzyris.
Right. My name is Ahzyris. And my favorite color is pink.
Oh my goodness, is that your outside voice, bud? That's absolutely stunning. My goodness, I could learn a thing or two from you. Cloud tells me all the time I need to learn how to whisper. I'm not really sure what that is, but I'm sure they'll teach me in time. It should be good.
Ahzyris, any day you want to teach Maple, please be my guest.
I was going to ask you three, though, where are you guys staying? You know, I just made Cloud a heck of a bed upstairs. If any of you guys would like, I would be more than happy to put some hay up there for you guys, too.
That would be very kind. Turns out we are actually sharing the same room with you.
Oh my goodness, it's a sleepover, Cloud. We have bunk beds and buds. The night can't get any better. Oh my goodness, I'm so glad you brought us here for real food. Now we're getting some buds out of it.
Cloud's just gonna be like kind of just shaking their head and like picking straw off of Maple.
There is a lot of straw, yes.
Ahzyris smiles over at Rhys and Anara and just goes, I think this is great.
Well, I mean,
Definitely new.
if you guys don't have anything else you need me for, you know, I mean, it's getting pretty late. I should probably go and see if I can do that for you guys. Veirona, you want to help me again, or should I go do this alone, bud?
Actually, I'm a tiny bit curious. Where the three of you are hailing from?
Not here. What's it
Obviously.
matter?
We're from the north, or north of here.
Rhys, make a history check.
Okie dokie. Oh, oh, brutal.
What is it?
2.
Okay.
Bro.
Yep. You have no idea what any of this is about. You're just still at that very uncomfortable being on the surface and being this far away from the mountains and sort of the area that you're familiar with. So nothing otherwise raises any sort of knowledge or information in your head. So sorry, continue.
Are you all like doing anything in particular? Like you have a goal of where you're going or doing?
There's probably some work to be had. We might be pursuing, but it's not a sure thing. So the very generous innkeeper over here was talking about an ambassador who might want to hire out for people like us. So I suppose it's better than our previous strategy, which was to run into bandits and kill them for their money.
Now, I still think we should try and not kill them first.
I would agree.
If they
You
try to
generally
kill
get
me,
more
I'm definitely
money.
killing them.
I mean, you know, if it's about money, Cloud takes care of all of my money. I'm sure they'd be more than happy to take care of yours too.
I think that they can take care of their own, Maple. This is a
I
special
agree.
case.
Agreed.
Suppose we'll add an economics class to your docket at some point.
Oh, I mean, I'm not really sure what that is, but Claude is actually in the middle of teaching me a lot of really great things right now. So if you want to help me out, I'd really appreciate it. But I think Claude's got that pretty much covered. I mean, if you can just show me how to grow my ears, that would be perfectly nice for me to know from you, bud.
My dear Maple, he was kidding.
That was another
Oh.
joke.
Oh, Claude, that's what you meant,
Yes,
bud.
that's
Okay,
what I meant.
okay.
Don't worry, I'm a little bit new to it too. It took
think-
a minute.
I think
Trust
that
me.
Maple appears very embarrassed, and kind of stands up and backs away from the table just a little bit, and goes,
Trust
you
me.
know, there's some hay out back that's really calling my name. You know, it was wonderful meeting all of you guys. I think I'll see you up in the loft, eh? Be careful of that ladder. It's really steep. You know, I'll get it covered.
Any issues?
Do any of you guys have any preferences? Corners, middle of the floor?
Something
I'll
with
take
my
a
back
corner,
to the
please.
wall.
All right. So yeah, Maple heads back out to finish putting hay in the hay loft for everybody else other than their group.
Okay, as this conversation's been happening, as Maple has run up and down the ladder a couple of times, the sun has continued to kind of progress in towards setting. Vias has come around and offered additional rounds if anybody wants them, refilled drinks as people cared for them, has lit a handful of candles about the place as the room gets darker and darker. It is later in the evening for springtime, so the sun is going down. It is getting dark. You probably have another hour's worth of sort of getting into twilight and sunset before it is dark. So if there is anything else that you want to do before retiring for the evening, you can, or you can continue to have the conversations you're having. If you want to jump forward to taking your rests, we can do that, whatever you would like to do.
The only thing that Veirona would do is at some point, when possible, pull Fenn and Cloud aside, either individually or collectively. And
Okay.
I would say just be careful with your belongings tonight. Maybe sleep with your bag or something similar.
Why is that?
Call it a hunch.
Well,
Presley.
Are you being surreptitious about saying this?
Very much so. It's very much the when she can pull aside them without everyone else. She's not just gonna lean over on the table and say that to Fenn or Cloud. It's very much
Sure. Okay. Anara, give me a perception roll.
Perception. That would be a 9.
Okay, you can tell that they are having a conversation, but nothing more than that.
Okay.
I imagine that Cloud would stay probably for a bit more conversation, but then begin to kind of feel guilty. So head out and go and help Maple.
Okay.
So,
As soon as Cloud leaves, Veirona just,
sure.
well, it's been a great evening. Have a sleep. Bye. And just immediately exits.
I think for Fenn is gonna kind of follow up on the same and just say a nice to meet y'all, and then thinking about Veirona's words, but also thinking that's kind of how he lives all the time. So he's kind of like thinking to himself, he's like, well, everybody kind of treats me that way. So I'm just going to head up, try to find a way into the side, find a place for the night, thank them, good night, and say, if you hear any more about work, maybe talk to me about it in the morning. I'm working right now, but I can always use more. And with that, head up.
Okay, so the Maple, Cloud, Fenn, and Veirona have all headed up into the hayloft, leaving Anara, Rhys, and Ahzyris downstairs. Is there anything that you three would like to talk about now that you sort of have the space a little bit more to yourselves?
So, Rhys, now that you've had a chance to get to know them a little bit, what do you think?
Very, very little bit. I suppose there's no actual reason to trust them or to put trust in them or anything
no
like
reason
that.
Not to either.
There's a lot of reasons, such as death. However, might be this job might be better with them than with other people.
Definitely couldn't hurt.
We'll talk
Think
about
they
it
seem
in the
nice
morning.
now.
Could talk about it with them in the morning, I suppose.
I agree. They seem very personable at the very least.
Right, just have what's her name? Maple can talk to the innkeeper. She'll be fantastic about negotiating rates and things like that, and gathering information that we need that is critical for us to understand.
She is very charming.
Quite.
Well, I suppose I'll go sit around until everyone's asleep, and then I can feel comfortable enough to fall asleep. So.
Okay.
I'm going to turn in. It's been a long, exhausting day. So I will see you in the morning.
All
and
right.
Anara heads upstairs.
All right.
So will Ahzyris.
So Anara and Ahzyris head around back. Rhys, are you heading with them, or are you going to stay down in the tavern part at this point?
I'll go with.
Okay. So as you come around the back of the building, you see a ladder going up into a hayloft door. Immediately behind the building, there is a trough for watering horses, and next to it is what was at one point two pretty large bundles of hay that now look like they have been strewn all over the back end of the building. There is hay floating on the water in the trough. There is hay hanging on the ladder. There is hay stuck to the side of the building. It is all over the place. You would assume at this point that this was somehow part of Maple's project.
Looks like it was decorated by Maple.
I get that feeling as well. Shall we go up and see this bunk bed she made?
As you climb up into the hayloft, what's your marching order?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Anara will go first.
Anara goes first.
Ahzyris is wearing a skirt, so he's going to go last.
Okay. So Rhys in the middle. So Anara, as you climb up into the hayloft, you have to make, for you, it's only really like one crawl to get in and be able to get up on your knees, and then shuffle a little bit to be able to stand up. The peak is fairly steep. The gable is a pretty steep pitch. And as you come in, Maple, why don't you describe for them within this space where everyone's bed locations are?
I mean, I would like to think that Maple was gracious enough hearing downstairs that they were going to be spending the night with them. Would have separated the living arrangements a little bit, just because there's no way to really separate the room. Did she have any spare, like, full-size bales if there were only 2 left outside?
Oh, again, the hay bales are about 800 pounds of hay a piece. There's plenty of hay.
Okay,
even with what has been strewn about the back of the building.
Okay, then I would think Maple probably had 3 bales kind of as a barrier / like table nightstand situation where people can put their belongings. You know, our side, we can put our backpacks along one side, the other group can put their backpacks along the other side. And, you know, like Cloud's mirror has a place to go and things like that. Maple's bunk bed is precariously on 2 rafters in the corner with one other half bale of hay as that she could use as a stepping stool to get into it. And this absolutely thick. Maple definitely added a couple, like another inch to it after Veirona left, just to make sure it was extra cushy. For Cloud is directly under Maple's hammock. It kind of looks like it'll hold. Maple can tie a knot, it just might not be the right one. So everybody else is just on the floor. Cloud and Maple are probably in the corner. Everybody else is probably lined up, with the headboard being those 3 bales of hay, and then on the other side 3 bales of hay, headboards for the other 3 to use. So
Okay.
All right.
Nara's going to take the one that's shielded most from the door.
Okay. Rhys, where are you going to go?
He's going to find a place next to Anara and say to her, "This truly is the Ambassador Barn."
It's definitely a barn.
Ahzyris, I assume you take the remaining open space.
Yeah, I'll take the one that's, I'm assuming, closest to the entrance and exit.
Sure. Okay. Very good. Are any of you looking to have conversation before turning in for the night? Is anybody intentionally keeping a watch? Anything like that?
Veirona is going to keep a watch at least until she's fairly certain that people are asleep.
Okay.
Cloud is going to compliment Maple. "You really outdid yourself. This is really nice," and just immediately fall asleep.
Okay.
Beautiful. Ahzyris is also going to probably stay up for a while. He finally took off that horrible wrap that was obscuring what little of his face was not already obscured. So he, for a while, is going to sit with his back against the hay headboard.
Okay.
And he's reading through something and then writing in another book, taking some notes. And then after a while, he closes in, kind of just leans back and sinks in on himself. Definitely looks like he is asleep, but again, his hair is completely in his face, so it's just real hard to tell. But he is staying up for a little while to at least keep watch for a bit.
Is there any distinguishable features?
For Ahzyris?
Yeah.
He's got 2 big tusks and a goofy little smile because of it.
Okay.
So that's all you can see. You can just see like this of him.
Chris, is that enough to recognize, or is that outside of any experience that Veirona would have?
You would certainly go ahead and what the hell? Give me a history check.
Ooh, not bad. 17.
You know this is an orc.
Okay. Like full orc or like half orc or
You would assume one or the other. It would be very
or the other,
difficult to
okay.
necessarily tell. But given the height, the half orcs that you have run into are generally closer to being human height. So you would sort of think that's an orc. But again, very lank, just gaunt looking. So there's also that sort of tendency to say, but orcs are supposed to be
Big.
stronger. So you kind of there's
Why
that
is-
sort of mental, the attempt to do the calculus of this, of how does this work, is
Why
not
does Maple look like she stole all the orc out of this orc?
that is a very reasonable question that Veirona would ask. Yes.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Anybody else staying up and doing anything, or just going to bed?
Been just doing a ritual, feeling relatively comfortable with the group in there, is just going to be listening for any noises outside.
Okay.
It's just kind of the normal precaution because he doesn't always sleep in the most savory places, or he's used to sleeping outside. So he just tries to see if he hears anything that is not typical as far as he can tell.
Okay.
And Anara is going to pull out of her backpack a book that's been wrapped in oiled skin leather, kind of unwrap it and just open it up and page through about halfway through, and then just start reading. She's going to do that for probably about 20-30 minutes and then go to sleep.
Okay. Rhys, anything?
He's going to sit with his back to the wall and with his sword in his lap off the belt. And he's not going to go to sleep tonight.
Okay.
Of course he is.
All right. All right. Well, then with that, you all, except for Rhys, manage a long rest. And I think that is a good point for us to take our break. So welcome back. So when last we left our group of new friends, they had, for the most part, bedded down for a long rest. Rhys, being ever watchful and more than a little bit paranoid, has neglected to take any sort of a rest. But all the rest of you, waking with the sounds of a fresh morning, birds chirping, a little bit of sunlight coming in through the latticed gable vents, probably beginning to stir you. All the rest of you have, in fact, taken a long rest. And Rhys, you would have not been doing anything, so you still would technically have a short rest. So you would recover anything that expended that short rest would restore to you.
And Anara, since she only needs 4 hours worth of trance, she has already gone downstairs. Is
All right.
having breakfast already.
All right. So you are probably sitting downstairs, not having breakfast yet because Veas probably has not come in yet, though the door is open. You are able to enter and hang out. As you walk in initially as the first one down, there is, especially if you've come down, did you come down right after you left your trance, or did you wait for morning?
Had a little conversation with Rhys before coming down.
Okay, so assuming that you have come down not too long after finishing your 4 hours, the inn is quiet. It is dark. There is no real movement. Having now come down and made your way around the building, you've had an opportunity to sort of take a little bit more of a look at the town, and you can see that there is the single nicer looking building that you had seen on the way in, the 1-story stone structure that is sitting a little further to the east on the south side of the road, away from where the tavern and inn is. And directly across from the tavern is just a very small 10 by 10, maybe 15 by 15, disheveled, kind of worn out looking shack. And in that shack, you can see a single candle burning as you come around the building and head into the inn. Rhys, are you staying upstairs? Are you going to follow Anara down? What are you doing?
A follower.
Okay, very good. So following Anara down, you as well make your way into the interior of the tavern area. Again, the room is dark. There are candles about that, should you choose to light them, you could. There is no aroma of food being cooked or anything like that. No obvious sounds of activity yet. But it is early, and you would assume that Veas sleeps somewhere, though you don't see him in the space. Are you two talking about anything or discussing anything?
Well, first off, Anara did not like the candles. She's enjoying the peaceful darkness inside the inn. So, Rhys, did you get any sleep at all last night?
A lot. Quite a bit, actually. More than I needed.
You look a little... What's the word? Tired?
I didn't sleep at all.
That's what I figured. You need to take care of yourself, brother.
I am taking care of myself.
Well, that includes sleep, you know.
Right.
You've got enough to take care of with just watching out for me.
Well, the thing is with watching out for you and sleeping, those things cannot happen at the same time, believe it or not. That's they're an opposite.
Despite what you may think, I'm very capable of taking care of myself. I was just a little shocked by what we went through the last couple days because it was all new. But I think I can take care of myself. I took care of you for the last 17 years.
Right. Sure. Of course. Makes sense. Why didn't I think of that?
I love how protective you are of me.
Well, it seems that either that man is planning some sort of elaborate trap for us here in this darkened inn, or he's probably still sleeping. So I don't know, is this a self-serve? Do we just go up to it ourselves and just... Hello? Right.
And
so watch your
just sits
step.
there.
You might die.
Good thing I can see in the dark. A little harder to sneak up on me, especially with my back against the wall.
DM, is there anything? Did the innkeeper clean up after last night? Did he clean up? Is there any plates or anything like that left out or anything?
There's nothing left out. It seems as though everything has been tidied up. There is a small room at the back that you would presume is the kitchen that you've seen him come and go from. But it looks like all of the drinkware, the plates have been gathered and at least moved out of the main dining area. The chairs have been sort of straightened a bit. It doesn't look as though anybody has been in there with a mop of many cleanings or anything like that, but it's not disheveled. Seems pulled together. It's as clean as it was when you walked in, and maybe a little cleaner because there isn't a pile of drinkware scattered around the place. So
Okay. Rhys is going to walk over and knock on that door and say, hello?
Which door?
The door to the kitchen.
Oh, there is no door. It is open. It's just an open portal.
It's going to knock on the portal, the door.
Okay. All right. You get no response.
Well, you said there was another door, DM?
So there is, going into the kitchen, the kitchen itself is a rather simple affair. There is, I assume you're going to look in and look around.
Yeah, he's going to poke his head in and try and get a sense of what's going on in the kitchen, if anything.
Okay. You don't see anyone in the kitchen. There is a door that leads out to the back side of the building. There is a very simple sort of wood burning type cooktop stove, that kind of a large pot belly stove type arrangement with a flat griddle top, handful of crates, couple of small casks that you would presume have ale. There's a open bin that has just a pile of potatoes and turnips sort of tossed in there. There's a small basin that is empty. Some of the drinkware and what you would presume was the only drinkware perhaps, and plates and whatnot sort of off on the side next to that basin, but there's nobody moving about, nothing happening in here yet.
Rhys is going to walk up to the back door and just he's going to try the handle, and if it opens, he'll push it open and look around, peek his head in. Hello?
Sure. The door opens easily. As it opens, you can see the ladder off to your left that you had come down from the hayloft. You see the remainder of the hay that is still strewn about. It is still dark out behind the building. There is no other movement.
Rhys is going to turn around and walk back to Anara, shutting the door behind him. Says to her, well, he's either fucked off or he's still sleeping in, so...
My guess would be he's probably still sleeping.
Right.
But I wish he was awake, because I'm definitely getting a little hungry.
So, wonder where he stays, if not here.
Well, when I was coming downstairs, I did see across the way, there's a little shack, it looked like, with a light burning inside. That could be him.
Well, let's, suppose you can go and knock on his door.
You're the hungry one. I suppose you can do it yourself, brother.
Right. Okay. All right. And then
Anara pulls out her book and starts reading some more.
Okay. Rhys is going to exit the front way and then look around for that shack and then walk over to it and try and give that door a knockaroo. 4 knocks. Da-da-da-da.
4 knocks. Okay. You do not hear any response.
Are the windows shuttered, or can I look in them?
The windows are shuttered. You can make a perception check for me.
Oakley dokley. Okay. 12.
Okay, the windows immediately in the front are shuttered. You would assume that from what Anara had said, having seen the candle, that there probably is a window around the side that is open, but you most definitively hear the sound of snoring.
So it's sun's up, right?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. So he's gonna bang on the door a little bit louder.
Okay. With that, you hear sort of a and you can hear feet sort of hit the floor, and a moment or two passes, and the sound of some creaking that you would imagine would be somebody standing up from a kind of a threadbare beaten bed, and feet dragging, and the latch gets thrown and the door opens a little bit, and Veas is looking out at you. Can I help
Good morning.
you? Almost.
Whenever you get to work, my sister wants to talk to you about ambassadors and also wants breakfast.
All right, well, I mean, I guess he doesn't actually look at a watch. He doesn't have a watch. But he looks up at the sky and says, a half golden nights for breakfast once the sun's up. If you want breakfast now, it'll be a little more.
Fine. Yeah, suppose you can scalp me some more. I don't really care. What do you want? 2, 3 silver?
Call it 2.
2? Rhys will reach into his kit bag and pull out a couple coins and hand them over.
Okay. Are they in fact silver?
Indeed.
Okay, very good. All right, well, let me put my britches on. I'll be there in a minute. He closes the door and latches it, and you hear a bit of shuffling about and clanging around and muttering. You definitely hear a lot of muttering. Are you going to wait for him to exit, or are you going to go ahead and go back?
Oh, he's going to stand there and wait.
Okay. So about 3 or 4 minutes pass, you would guess, and the door opens, and Veas looks out and kind of does a double take, seeing you still standing there, and just shakes his head and
Good morning.
Almost, and heads across the way, pulling the door behind him and heading back into the inn. He walks into the inn and sees Anara and gives you a nod, and
Good morning.
Almost, and goes into the back, and you hear the back door open, and he comes back in. You can hear the sound of him coming back in and the door slamming behind him. And Rhys, are you paying attention to what he's doing, or are you sitting with Anara?
He sat down with Anara.
Okay, so you just hear the sounds of what you would assume to be sort of Veas getting things prepped, getting a stove fired up, getting a fire going, getting ready to start prepping food, things like that. He comes out after probably 10 minutes and lights a couple of candles. Nothing too much, but just a couple. And looks at you and says, it'll be half an hour, 40 minutes before the fire's good and the stove's ready. Can I get you anything cold right now? He looks between you.
Give you some water.
All right. You want water, or you want ale?
Let's start with water. We'll move up to ale.
All right. Anything for you, little cousin?
Water.
All right. He goes back into the kitchen. You can hear some shuffling and grabbing of things. The door opens, slams behind him. He comes
How
back
loud
in.
is this?
He's not slamming it like,
Okay.
I'm going to my room, Dad. Slam. It's just it's a door opening and shutting. So
Okay.
it's loud enough that if you were a light sleeper, it might disturb you, but it does not sound like somebody slamming a door in anger or anything like that. It's just a door opening and closing behind itself. without any sort of a, it's not a fancy screen door with a closing mechanism. It just opens and shuts. So, the two of you hear him come and go back and forth a little bit, and he comes back in and sets a couple of mugs of water down in front of you and looks at you and goes, all right, well, I can do tea in a little bit once the fire's going. We normally do porridge in the morning. I still got a little bit of pork left if you want me to heat some of that up from what y'all had last night. What would you like me to get started?
Porridge will be fine, thank you.
All right.
And I slide him a silver. Or slide him a gold, I'm sorry.
Oh, he takes the gold very much. Well, thank you very much. That's very kind of you.
It's quite a pleasure. It is quite early. I hope my brother didn't wake you up too soon.
Well, it was a little early, but fair enough. And he looks to Rhys. And what about you, little cousin? You want something warm for your belly?
Porridge is fine.
All right, 2 porridges it is. Good with the water. You want me to put on a kettle?
A kettle, please.
All right. He goes and busies himself with the getting the fire going and whatnot. Anara, your gold has definitely perked his mood up. He is now much more charming than he was a few moments ago. And that may be the tip. It may just be that he's actually awake now and starting to get moving. Again, he has not behaved as though he's hostile in any way about this, but you can tell he's not used to being woken this early, and is going about his day. So he busies about getting the fire going and whatnot. By this point, it is entirely possible that if any of you are light sleepers, you would have been woken by this. So how about everybody that is still upstairs give me a perception roll? All right. Veirona, what'd you get?
21.
You are wide awake. Cloud, what did you get?
22.
You are wide awake and noticing that there are some sort of creatures crawling around in the hay that you have been sleeping on. Maple, what did you get? I think you're on mute.
14.
Okay, you are starting to hear some noise from both Veirona and Cloud, but you are just kind of starting to move about a little bit. Fenn, what did you get?
5.
You are snoring. You are completely out and completely unaware that any of this is happening.
I'm not used to this luxury.
Yeah, it's very nice for you. The idea of a roof over your head has lulled you into a deep sleep. Ahzyris, what did you get?
I got an 18.
All right. You are also awoken to the sounds of the door slamming and Cloud, are you reacting at all to the creatures that are in your hay?
I imagine that, like, upon waking up, Cloud would just look around and be like, ugh, and just try to go back to sleep. But if I'm noticing creatures in the hay, then yes, I'm up. Cloud's gonna get up and start grumbling and, what is this? I hate it. And I guess picking them out. I don't even know what they are.
With your perception roll, you would realize that there are a handful of field mice that are in the hay.
Field mice. You're brave little buggers. I'll like start like using my quarterstaff to like beat them out of my hay. And see if
Okay. Go ahead and make an attack roll for me.
Oh no. Oh, okay.
What are you doing? This is really
It's my area. That was a 15.
Okay, and so you, as you begin smacking at mice, there are just these little splats of mouse blood and fur that just keep kind of spurting out from between the hay, and the rustling seems to stop.
Would Anara have heard the thumping on the floor?
Yes, you absolutely would have heard the thumping on the floor with your passive perception. Everybody in the room except for Fenn at this point has heard the thumping on the floor. Maple is definitely waking up and probably asking Cloud, what on earth is happening?
And Anara turns to Rhys and says, "Looks like they're awake finally."
Right. Well, I hope you didn't plan on having a comfortable or quiet journey.
I think
Comfortable? No.
Maple looks over the side of her hammock and goes, Cloud, what the heck, bud? You know, I slept really well. I hope the bunk bed situation was as good for you as it was for me. I mean, what the heck are you up to this morning? If you're trying to get something off the floor, I told you that the hammock lifestyle is one to stick with. You are not on the floor. Nothing can get to you. You know, I told you it was better than a tent, and it's certainly better than a, what, 4 inch? Was that the word that we were using to describe the height of the bed? Yeah?
I'm seeing your point here, Maple. These mice have decided that my hay is somehow like okay for them, which I never said that was the case. Anyways, I'm sorry to disturb everybody, but gross you. I will try to go to sleep. If you were still looking to sleep some more, I'm so sorry. And Cloud's just gonna start picking up like mice bodies and throwing them out of the hay.
Are you trying to actively throw them out of the hayloft or just away from you?
Just away from me.
Okay, very good. So Ahzyris and Veirona and Maple, you see Cloud flinging mice. Just mouse corpses are hitting the ceiling and falling back to the ground. They're flying over their head. You see one kind of land next to Fenn. There's just a handful of mice parts and fur that go flying, and Cloud
I will
goes.
admit this is slightly different wake-up calls than I'm used to. Bringing back memories of hazing. Not sure if that's a good one. I'm going to not continue sleeping or attempting to sleep. You enjoy the rest of your rest. Question mark.
Okay, I mean, I said I was sorry for waking you up. Next
No,
time,
it's-
I'll
it's
just
fine,
tell the
it's
mice
fine,
to
it's
go
fine,
hang
it's
out in
fine.
your bedroom.
It's fine. It's fine. It's just was not expecting how to nice in the morning. Not
I was
the,
not either. I was having a great sleep, and then I woke up to mice, and I did not like it. So I'm going to try to
I
get
would
some
have
shut eye.
expected mice to not well take to you.
I thought so too. I'm very fierce and very strong.
All right. Well, I will wake you if you want after a bit of breakfast, but I'm gonna go see what the situation down below is.
I think I will join you if that's okay.
sleep tight. Sorry, what? Oh, you. Oh, okay. You're up as well. Everyone's
Yeah,
up, of course.
completely unmoving. Hair in his face, couldn't even tell that he's awake, but yeah. He
Of course. How is he still? That is not. He needs like 4 hours. Why is he still asleep? He's usually up before me.
perhaps it's the comfort of such a lovely place and lovely company.
Yes, this is the pinnacle of comfort. Absolutely. Okay.
I think
Breakfast.
Maple finally gets up. Does she make it out of the hammock safely?
Make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Having Maple make dexterity saving throws is going to become my new favorite thing.
14.
Yes, you managed to dismount from the hammock without stepping on Cloud.
Okay. Very nice. I think Maple will look over at Fenn and go, oh, I mean, just call him a bear and give him a cave. That man is out. Okay, we should probably just go downstairs. I don't think there's any point in waking him at this point.
No, I agree. I agree. Have a good rest of your sleep, you two.
All right. So at this point, we have Veirona and Maple and Ahzyris going and heading down. Cloud, are you going to, in fact, attempt to go back to sleep?
Oh yeah, this
Okay.
is way too early for Cloud.
Okay.
Going back to sleep.
All right. Very good. So the three of you head down. Are you going to go around to the front of the inn and go inside? What's your plan?
Yeah, basically just
Mhm.
as she's going as well, it's just kind of like just a real mean series of just like popping every joint, stretching things out.
Every time you do that, Ahzyris' head just like tilts a little bit more.
So as you get down to the bottom of the stairs, the back door opens. Veas comes out. You can see that he's gathering up a little more wood. He looks and morning, and
Oh, you're up early as well. This is early rising, Cloud, it seems.
I like to make sure my guests are well taken care of.
Well, I greatly appreciate it. Pray tell, is there breakfast on the way?
Being worked on. There's I got the fire going. There'll be porridge. I got a little bit of pork left over from last night. If you'd like me to heat some of that up for you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, very good. I'll be in a minute. I'll get you whatever you're looking for to drink. It'll still be another 20 minutes or so on the food.
I think, where are the other two sitting downstairs?
Where are the other two sitting downstairs?
Same table we were at the night before.
Yes.
Maple is way too awake for this time of morning. Like once she's up, she's up. So she walks over. She's actually still pulling hay despite having slept in her hammock over the night. It's in her shorts. It's probably in her laced up boots. So she's working on it. It's in her hair, under her hat. You get a glimpse of the top of her head as she pulls a chunk that's way too big for what should have been able to get under her hat out from under it. And she walks up and says, "Good morning to you both." "Oh, good morning, guys. You know, isn't it just a beautiful morning? Claude woke us upstairs by throwing some little buds around. I'm not really sure what they were. I try not to look at them, but I think they were cute, and I'm a little bit upset about it. Did you guys hear anything? I'm so sorry if we woke you up. Have you been down here long?"
Been awake for a little while. The only thing we heard from upstairs was a couple loud thumps and then what sounded like a bear of some sorts.
I mean, I did say the word bear. Did you hear me say it, or did you hear Fenn snoring? Because, oh my goodness, that man can sleep. I was so impressed.
That was Fenn? Oh my gosh. He might need to have that looked at.
Yeah, he's still up there. I mean, you know, we might have to take a broom to the ceiling if he's not up within the hour. I'm not really confident he'll wake up on his own.
Well, come and join us. We're about to have some breakfast. Veas said he's putting on a kettle of tea for us as well.
Oh, what's that? I mean, the water that he gave me yesterday was absolutely horrible. You know, it was bitter and brown, and I just wasn't.
That was because it wasn't water, but
that would have been ale.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't really touch mine.
Yeah, tea is like water, just with a little extra flavor.
Okay.
And it's a hot beverage versus a cold beverage.
Whoa, okay. I mean, I run pretty toasty myself, but, you know, waking up in the morning to something, you know, warm and nice might be nice. I mean, Claude was absolutely radiating heat last night. You know, I was sleeping above them, and that fur can really hold a temperature, you know?
I can imagine.
Ahzyris is just giggling quietly as he is taking his seat and leaning his staff, which I neglected to mention before, against the table. He's just amused.
Good morning, Ahzyris. It's good to see you this morning.
Yes, it's quite good to see you as well. I hope you slept well.
I've slept better, but overall not too bad. How about you?
Oh, I have also slept much better, but the company was nice.
It was.
Rhys,
Veirona, how did you sleep?
Fine.
Speaking of sleep, Rhys, I had a wonderful dream about getting my ears to grow, and I don't think it did anything. What do you think? And she, puts her hair back a little bit. Does it look like they're even changing color at all? I'm not really sure it's working, but you told me if I thought extra hard about it, something might come of it.
Right. So what you're going to want to do is acquire some glue, and some of the time before you go to sleep, you're going to want to glue them back as far back as you can pull them, and then you sort of you speed up the process there.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm mighty good at art projects. I don't know if you saw my, mine and Verona's little setup we had last night, but I think we did a pretty good job. So maybe if Cloud's willing to help me, I'm not sure how good glue and their fur would go over, but we could certainly try.
Right.
No.
Please don't tease the
I
girl.
don't.
Obviously, she doesn't quite understand your unique sense of humor.
Right. Well, Maple,
I
you,
hate
you
to say it, but there's not much that, how to say, doesn't go over her head. So.
Well,
No.
absolutely, Veirona. My hat gets in the way.
Precisely. That is exactly what we were referring to. Absolutely.
Right.
Ahzyris is still just sitting there giggling as he's getting out his books again and starting to again just kind of take some notes and look between the two. Just kind of giggling as he's listening in.
I confess, I did not expect to see any orcs or this far away from, well, the new continent. What brings you all the way to just outskirts of the Hopperlock?
Well, my home is actually somewhat close by in a very small community. Didn't see many other people come by. I'm just out to see the world. I've never left before and never met so many fun people. Frankly, I'm having the time of my life.
You definitely sound like it.
Veirona, you would know that it is that orcs are actually pretty common up in the Alberg Kingdom. They're definitely not found in the Commonwealth, but you would know that there are orcs up in the Alberg who are often used as laborers in some of the mines. They have a history of being used as mercenaries by the dwarves. So you'd be aware of that.
Okay.
Maple is absolutely beaming at Ahzyris' comment, by the way, so much so that she's probably crying a little bit with happiness.
Oh, now you've done it.
Are you all right?
Oh, absolutely, bud. It's just so nice to hear someone else having a good time. I think Cloud and I weren't really expecting to meet anybody else. I was just along for the ride, offered to carry their bags. Things were going well. And then Veirona came along with Fenn, and they seemed like a really nice pair. And I think things are just going really nice for me right now, and I'm not used to it. So thank you for being a bud.
Yes, that meeting was quite fateful on the road, just at paths. Definitely made a very sizable impression, I see.
So as you're talking, Vas is kind of coming back and forth. He goes ahead and brings out a large bowl of porridge with a ladle in it and a handful of smaller bowls with wooden spoons. I believe this will work for all of you. I'll the kettle will be just a little while longer, but did anybody else need more water or anything like that?
I will take. You said there was tea coming.
Yeah. There's I'm just waiting for the kettle to boil.
Is there any coffee?
I can do coffee. It's a little pricey. I got to be honest with you. It's
That is fine. That is fine. What is the price?
it'll be a silver a cup.
That is fine.
All right.
Just pulls out a silver, puts it across.
Was anybody else looking for coffee?
I'll wait for the tea. Thank you.
What is coffee?
Maple nods with Ahzyris.
So Vance looks at you and goes, well, there's trees that grow up in the mountains, and they got this fruit that comes off of them, and we take it and we roast it in a pan, and have you had tea before?
Yes.
All right. So imagine if you had a half a jug of tea and you cooked it and cooked it and cooked it until you were down to just maybe a cup's worth. And it was that strong. That's kind of what coffee's like.
I see. Yes, I will try some coffee.
All right. Silver for you. I got yours already, little lady. Thank you very much. Anybody else want to try some?
No thanks, but tea does sound really nice. You know, I wasn't too keen on the water from yesterday. They're telling me it was ale though. I'm not really sure what that is, but tea would be good. Anything but what I had yesterday.
All right, no ale for you today, and if you're staying another day, I'll remember that you're looking for water, not for ale. Not a problem. And with that, Veas looks over at Rhys. About you, little cousin? You need anything?
I need you to talk to my sister about the ambassador. That's about it. So whenever you're done serving, then we can get to with that. And we'll probably be on our way. There's no reason to stay an extra day.
All right, fair enough. I'll be back. And he goes, and now you hear the sound of banging and sort of the malleting of what Veirona, what you would know would be somebody sort of using a mortar and pestle, is what you would imagine it to be. It has that sound of kind of trying to break coffee beans open and hand grind them with a mortar and pestle. With this, Cloud and Fenn, give me another set of perception rolls.
22.
Cloud, you're never going to sleep. Fenn.
Ever again.
All right. So, Cloud, you have attempted to go back to sleep, but with your keen senses, you have heard all of the noise and talking down underneath you this entire time. And now, with the sound of banging and grinding happening, you are very much awake. Fenn, you are roused from a very deep sleep. You wake feeling more refreshed than you can remember in ages, and both of you are awakened to this sound down below. So are you going to?
It is just my luck that I would go out and need people to kind of be around because I can't do everything myself, and then they would all just decide to get up in the morning. And Cloud will just look over at Fenn and be like, at least you slept in. I guess a little. It's not even that early. It's very early, I think.
Is everybody else already up?
Yes, they got up earlier. I tried to go back to sleep, but it was a failure. This bed needs improvement.
I have to tell you, I have to tell Maple that this was really comfortable for me. I'm usually just building an A-frame to put some leaves over, and so this has been pretty comfortable, and I think I needed the rest.
Well, if we were staying here for another night, I'd say you can take mine and it'll be even cushier, but I do not want to stay here tonight. So I will be downstairs and figuring out where we are going today.
Well, that sounds good to me. I'll come down and join the rest of y'all.
All right.
Thank you, Cloud.
I'm glad that you got some sleep. One of us should have.
When you fumble a sleep roll,
You're asleep forever.
You died in your sleep.
Oh.
well,
Puppies, the puppies.
That would have been a Constitution saving throw.
I admit that I probably haven't slept that hard in a while. I think I needed it. So hopefully I'll be a little bit better on the road than I was when we encountered those goblins earlier, where you had to save our bacon. So
Yes, I'm really keen to see what else everybody else is going to bring to the table in our next troublesome moment, because I feel like I'm doing almost all of the work.
there's going to be more trouble, you think?
I just feel like there's always trouble. I don't know. Isn't that how adventuring works? I wouldn't know. This is new to me.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Well, I guess we can head down and maybe. It seems like I hear some cooking of some sort. Maybe have some breakfast. I know I need to talk to Veirona to see what's on her agenda, and I know the others are talking about some work too. So I'm always interested.
Yes, let's do that.
Okay, so the two of you make your way downstairs easily enough. Going inside, you find your 5 companions now. Other 5 companions are gathered around a couple of tables in the inn eating porridge. Some of them have water in front of them. Veus comes in from the kitchen, sees the two of you. Hi, there's porridge on the table. I can get you bowls if you want. I got pork still from last night. If you want, I can reheat some of that. There's tea coming out, and a couple of these lovely folks are looking for coffee, so that'll be ready in a minute. Coffee is an extra silver if you're looking for coffee, though.
I'll just have some of the reheated pork. Was it?
That's fine. All right. He looks at Fenn.
I'll take a bowl for the porridge and just some tea, please.
All right, very good. And he goes in back and grabs another bowl and another spoon for Fenn. Looks to Cloud. Yours will be ready in just a minute. I've got it on the stovetop now. And I'll be back with the tea, and then I'll be back with the coffee.
No problem. Thank you.
Goes in the back and comes back out. Brings it's a metal kettle. It's kind of got a hunk of cloth wrapped around the handle, and he carries it out and puts it down on the table. You can see, if you haven't paid attention before, that the tables are sort of scattered with burn marks from things like kettles and hot pots and things like that. He's not worrying about it in any sense like that. And I'll be right back with cups, and goes in back and brings out a small handful of kind of earthenware cups and sets them down on the table. And all right, I'll be back with the coffee for the 3 of you, all right?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Goes in back and brings back 3 more cups. Each of them is slightly larger than the earthenware teacups, and there's grounds in the bottom. He takes the kettle and fills it. All right, now I don't know how you do it normally, but here, just let her set for about 5-6 minutes. The grounds will go to the bottom when you're sipping. Just be careful.
Excellent.
All
Well,
right.
thank you.
Anybody need anything else? I'll have the pork out in a minute for the fluffy one. Anybody else need anything?
When you bring the pork out, I would very much like to talk to you about the. You mentioned bandit problem yesterday evening, and like to talk to you about that.
All right, give me a minute. He goes in back to fetch pork.
As Cloud and Fenn arrive and they finish ordering food, Cloud is going to kind of just ask everybody else who's already been down here, is the plan to go to a better place tomorrow because, like, this place is all right, but I don't know where you all are headed. But if it's in a bigger city, that is what's be much preferable.
I don't know what their plan is. We were traveling a little bit further as well. What was the cities that we were headed towards?
Is that Mesa?
Yes, I believe that was the one that we were headed to. But it sounds like there might also be opportunity for work here. So I maybe not settle in, but we might be here for another night. It's tough to say right now.
All right.
As you're talking, the front door opens and an older gentleman, he is distinctly elvish looking, but he's kind of heavy for an elf. He looks like he's been living the good life for quite a while now. Comes in. He's graying at the temples. His hair falls just a little bit above the shoulders. He's got bushy gray eyebrows. His skin is rather weathered. He looks like he has spent a good deal of his life out in the sun. Fenn, you would be able to tell looking at him that he is not a wood elf like you. His skin color isn't like that. It is definitely more the dark tan and weathered sort of skin of another elf, but one who has spent most of their time outdoors, you would imagine, working in the sun and whatnot. As he walks in, he sees all of you and good morning.
Hail.
Hello.
Morning.
He walks over to the bar and kind of gives a little rap on the bar. Face. And Face comes out from behind. Hi, Burrell. What can I get you this morning? And they begin to have a little conversation. Burrell orders a coffee and a porridge. Face goes to get it for him. He comes back, gives Burrell his order, brings pork over and gives it to Cloud. Looks at Veirona and says, "Aye, once Burrell here's done having his breakfast, you might want to talk to him about that bandit problem. He's I guess he's the closest we have to a mayor, you might say. I mean, really, he's just one more shite. He lives in a house over there next to mine, but you know, he might be looking to get some work out of you." And he turns and gives a yell. Burrell, these some of these folks, these four here, and he kind of gestures at the four that he had talked to. They're the ones who got them goblins on the road last night. I don't know, you might be able to use them to go after that bandit problem that we've been dealing with. I don't know. Have a conversation with them if you want to put them to work. He goes back behind the bar and Burrell turns around. Well, we have been having some problems with bandits and goblins. You all took care of the goblin problem?
Yeah, well,
I
took care
did
of
most
this-
of the work, but yes.
Yes, we took care of them. I wasn't entirely sure how to deal with them, as we ended up taking one captive and bringing in here. Apparently, you deal with problems a bit differently than we did in the Commonwealth. But that aside, did you have work or things that you needed done?
Well, we have had problems with bandits along the road. You came from which direction?
She points to
You-
Fenn.
One of you would remember that you had come from the east.
Well, we came through the east, kind of moving along Hobrock.
I see. Well, we've had problems with bandits up and down the North Road here, and the goblin problems are intermittent. We have,
So you've been told, yes.
but the bandits continue to be an issue. There are 4 of them that have been quite active in the area of late. So
Is
We
um,
there
actually
like
handled
Ahzyris
took care of
leans
some
over.
bandits on the road here.
Yeah.
how many did we fight?
I think it was 4.
It was 4. And we killed 3, and the other one is bootless. Because fuck him.
well, quite.
Interesting way of handling it, but okay.
All right. Well, if he looks to Rhys and gives you a very respectful nod and says, "Well, if you've managed to take care of the bandits, that's very much appreciated. Did you get anything from them?"
Some bacon
Unfortunately
jerky.
not.
Bacon jerky.
All right.
Was there any kind of reward for these bandits?
Did you bring any evidence of their death other than the bacon jerky? And he looks at the 3 of you to see if you had.
Don't you still have the one's shoes?
Still have the boots from the one that we sent running.
And I think you took some of the weapons as well.
That is correct.
Normally in these sorts of situations, we look for fingers or ears, something that is a little bit more distinctive. However,
Barbaric would be closer, but I get your meaning.
Rhys pulls out a pouch and starts to withdraw some jerky and eating it as he's listening.
however, if you can tell me where their bodies would be and they are there, we can certainly arrange for a reward.
It was right at the crossroad, wasn't it?
It was coming out of the forest. And
All right.
we would
That's
remember
right.
exactly where it was, right?
Yeah, for you, it is about a half an hour's walk east. He would immediately know where you are describing. All right, well,
I
we
seem
can-
to remember there was 4 individuals we ran into there as well.
Did you have to fight?
No, I asked a few questions, and they asked if we were looking for work, and that was about the end of the conversation.
All right. Well, I will send Veus to take a look, and if the corpses are still there, then there is a reward to be had. Are you looking for work in general?
If there is money, then yes.
Yes.
There is.
All right.
I have a special request. We don't get many travelers that come through who can handle themselves well. My daughter is quite unwell, and I have sent word to Hosties that we could use a cleric, but as you know, the roads are dangerous, and if you could be entrusted to escort this cleric back from Hosties, there's a reward in it, for sure.
I mean, interestingly enough, I believe that is your, how to say, profession as well, Cloud?
Yes, I would love to meet another cleric. Yes. I would like to sign up. Where do I sign up?
Would you're a cleric?
I would, yeah. Well, I practice magic and I do some healing, and I've been told that's what the clerics do.
Could you take a look at my daughter?
Oh, yes. I could try.
All right, thank you. There's there would be a reward if you could help her. So with that, he says, he gestures, please come with.
Follow him.
Okay. Does anybody go with Cloud?
Maple very quickly grabs both of our bags and waddles out the door after Cloud.
Okay. Anybody else going with them?
Well, then
Anara
I
stays
suppose
around.
that we will have to find possibly a different employment method because, well, there goes our chance at making money.
Okay. So you two go over to the very nice looking home that you had passed coming in, and Burrell leads you inside. She's over here and escorts you over to where his daughter is lying in bed. She's a very young woman. You would guess in her late teens, so effectively a baby by Elven standards. And she appears to be suffering from like drastic weight loss, excuse me. And she's terrifyingly slim. Her hair would normally be auburn, but you can tell that it's sort of like coming out in clumps and patches. Her skin is just very sallow, and her father sort of taps her on the shoulder. Thora, there's a cleric who may be able to help you. And the girl's eyes open, and you can see that she's like her eyes are shifting quite a bit, and not like she's nervous, but like she can't quite see where you are. And he looks to you and says, she's been suffering for some time now. It started some months ago with she began to fall periodically, and she had a hard time holding on to things. She would drop cups from her hand or other items, and then she began the wasting, and it's a puzzlement. As you can see, we're a very small town. We're all farmers. We have no cleric. So I had sent word with a group of individuals who were traveling to Hosties that we were looking for a cleric. I know a woman there who I hoped would be able to come back, but no party has come back through, and I wouldn't expect her to travel without some sort of escort. So
Sure. I'm a little bit new to magic and things like that, so I do my best, but I don't know, and I'm still gonna ask you, is this a medicine check to see if a healing spell would work, or?
So go ahead and yeah, let's do that. Give me a medicine check.
Oh dear, it's a 10.
Okay, you can tell that she is unwell. You can tell that she's obviously unwell. You would assume that any sort of healing would be good. You don't know if the sort of healing that you know is going to just solve her problem.
Yeah.
There's no obvious wounds, but again, you can see sort of all of this, the wasting, the hair loss, what he's describing. So you know that you might be able to do something.
Okay. Cloud will look back at him and Maple and probably try to give a reassuring nod to Maple probably more for Cloud, but towards Maple. And then cast Cure Wounds and just come up to her and say, I'm just going to see if maybe this will help. It shouldn't hurt at all, and will like lay their paws like gently on her and cast Cure Wounds.
Okay. Go ahead and tell me what happens.
It's 10 healing. Oh,
Okay.
actually, plus because I'm a life cleric, +3, so 13.
Okay, so with the laying on of hands, the sort of divine energy sort of crackles around your paws, and you can see it sort of sink into her flesh, and she shudders a little bit and looks up and smiles at you and nods and whispers very quietly, thank you. And there's no massive change, but her skin tone seems to improve a little bit. And with that, Burrell looks to you and says, will that heal her now?
That's a great question. I don't know exactly. I don't think so. She seems like she's still sick, but that is just my looking.
I understand. He fumbles in his purse and hands you 2 gold coins.
I can't.
No,
can't.
please,
I feel very bad about that.
No, please. You have done what you could to help.
Perhaps we could go and get the other cleric. Perhaps they are a better cleric.
I don't know if they're better, but I believe they might be more experienced.
I see what you did there. That was very nice.
Yeah, and he takes the gold and presses it into your paws and says, if you are able to go and retrieve her name is Seveth. She is in Hosties. You can find her at the Temple of Pelor there. If you can bring her back, then there would be and he looks at his daughter. I could do 50 gold. I would do more, but I also need to pay Seveth. And you may be able to find more work along the way, but it's a day's ride. It's not far. You
Sure.
be down and back, and they could give you lodging at the temple. I could give you a few more gold.
Oh no, it's not necessary. Please don't give me any more. If anything, just remember that my name is Cloud and I'm very helpful, and you should tell other people about me.
I will
but
do
only
that,
when I'm
Cloud.
helpful. This wasn't a very good example, I suppose.
You have been helpful, and I appreciate it. And he looks to his daughter, and again, she looks a little bit better. She has a little bit better color to her face.
Like she's not gonna die immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like you did some good.
All right.
So with that, he says, if please speak to your friends. If you can go and retrieve Seveth, there would be a reward in it for you for sure. The 50 gold to split with however many need to go do the job. And do tell the others that I will find out about the bandits. I'll go myself and go look.
Okay. I'll go back there and talk to them. They mostly seem very nice, so I think that it will probably be okay. And
Alright.
I'll like kind of embarrassingly like shuffle past Maple and back to everybody.
He nods very appreciatively at both of you. And Maple, do you follow Cloud?
Yeah, I think Maple would, nod at his daughter and go, you did good, bud. We'll be back for you soon, eh? And then leave the house with Cloud.
Okay.
And then Maple will very hurriedly like tap Cloud on the shoulder, realizing it's now a better time now that Cloud has been showing her a little bit of what social cues are. So she'll probably look very excited and go, oh my goodness, Cloud, 2 moose with 1 stone. Who knew that going to find another cat, because Maple still thinks clerics are cats, that's your whole purpose, that I'm carrying 2 bags on my back so you can be in charge of the money. You couldn't possibly carry anything else right now, with 50 gold in that pouch, you're really gonna be weighed down.
Well, I think that this is really great, Maple, because I'm realizing that I cannot do all of the things, and I feel a little bit like embarrassed about it. But don't tell anyone, maybe. Let's go tell everyone, though, that we have a job if they want to partake, because I feel like we could, I don't know, maybe they are going the same direction.
You know what, Claude? I've never had to keep a secret before, so maybe you should do all the talking to the group.
Like forever? Like for the next 5 minutes?
Probably just for this next part, you've been teaching me a lot about
Sure.
talking to strangers, and I still don't know these folks very well yet. I just don't want to mess anything up for you,
I appreciate that, Maple. Thank you. Thank you for carrying my bag again.
All right. So while you two are over dealing with Thora and Burrell, Veus comes back over and looks around, seeing the other 3 having gone, and doesn't pay it much mind, but comes over to you, Anara, and says, all right, well, I had mentioned to your brother that there was some work to be done, and there's some work to be done. So with that, he goes ahead and hands you a notice that I'm clicking show players in Foundry, so you may be able to see it.
Ooh. Yep, it's there.
All right, cool. So it says, attention, looking for novice adventurers to undertake a task in a dangerous environment. Professionalism and knowledge of the arcane is a bonus. 600 gold reward. Please ask for archaeologist Eustelin at the Red Boar Inn within Mysa to inquire. Additional services provided: potions, spell scrolls, magical item identification, and consultation. And he hands this over to you and goes, she had come through a couple of weeks ago with a party coming back from up in the Imperium. Had come through the Hobrock and we're heading back, I assume, to Antar. That's where most of the diplomats come and go from. Like I said, she looking at Anara and at Rhys, she looked a little bit like you two. Not quite so recent in the family lineage, if you know what I mean, but a little bit of that lavender in her skin. She said she was leaving these along the way in case folks looking to do some work were looking for some work. So
does the name ring any bell for me?
Make a history check.
Okay. History. It's higher up on the thing, right? Not great. 8.
Nope, not at all. Doesn't. You hear it all and go, oh, that's cool. There's work.
So Veus, can you point us in the direction of where, what is it, Misa is?
Mysa.
Mysa?
If you keep heading west along the North Road. And he looks at Fenn, knowing that you two probably have not been this far before. He looks at Fenn and goes, have you been as far as Antar?
I've been in the general area. I know the way to Misa.
All right. So about a day, maybe a day and a half's walk down the road, you'll find Misa. It's a bigger town. It's you know, more than a little wayside shithole for sure. But the Red Boar's the nicer in there for sure. It's the nicest of the places. Makes sense. She was a pretty put together lady, so I'd imagine she'd be staying someplace nice. But I don't know if the job's been filled, but she left it here. You're the first folks to come along.
Well, it's definitely something we can look into. We'll discuss
Hers
it
if you
amongst
want it.
ourselves, and we'll let you know. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, Maple and Cloud come back into the tavern.
So, Cloud, I think we might have found you another place to stay.
Oh, that's great because I also found kind of a job. I don't know. I think maybe you all wanted a job too. I don't know where this town Hosties is, but apparently there's a cleric there who may be able to be slightly more helpful than I was.
Well,
I take it was slightly more complicated than a cook patch job.
It seems to be like she's a little bit better, but also not okay yet. So, I mean, like maybe it's just like a matter of I don't know, more days exploring, and then I'll be able to do it. I'm not really sure.
What's he need a cleric for?
Oh, her daughter is sick. Or his
With
daughter
what?
is sick. I'm not sure.
What did she look like?
She was like pale, and her hair was kind of sort of falling out. Maple, what else did you notice?
I mean, she was just a sweet little girl. I'm not really used to seeing folks that are down on their luck or that are, down because of sickness. So, as far as I know, I'm just gonna have to agree with you there, Bud. She didn't look well.
Then, do you know the approximation of where that town would, or that temple would put us in terms of our destination?
Yes, Chris is familiar hostis and
Give me a history check.
15.
Okay, so you would absolutely know where Hosties is. You would be able to tell them that from here, you would say that it is about a day further south, that it is a much larger city than Misa, that it is one of the sort of regional capital cities of one of the cantons and has a lot of bustling activity. It's a town that you have come through quite a bit because much of the refugee population from the Hobrock is concentrated on the eastern side of the Politia, and Hosties is one of the closest larger cities to the to the Hobrock border. So it is basically straight south from Seva, about a day's journey.
Whereas Misa is west.
To the west, about a day and a half's journey or so.
So Hosties, I know it. It's about a day's journey to the south. There's a number of my people who have sought refuge there. So it's about a day's journey south, but it's not exactly on the road to Misa, which is like a day and a half to the west. So they're not in the same direction.
I see.
It's a sizable city. It's even bigger than Misa, though. It's like almost like a region, it's one of the bigger cities in this in this area.
I'm thank you, Fenn. Thank you so much. And Anara, I'm sorry, I cut you off. You were saying something about like another job. There are two jobs now.
Veas clued us into an ambassador. I'm guessing they might be a member of the True Elves, that from the notice he showed me could provide a sizable sum for each of us if we carry it through. But it sounds like right now, I think the more important topic would be to talk about how we can help this child.
I agree.
Chris,
Yes.
the term true elves
Mm-hmm.
that have any recognition for Veirona.
Nope, not at all.
Okay.
Rhys is going to get up and move to the door.
Okay. Okay.
He's going to move towards the mayor's hut, shack.
Okay. Anybody going with him, or just letting him go on his own?
Anara, should you go babysit?
Probably. He can get himself in trouble every now and then. So I'll tag along with Rhys.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, like, I'm okay, going either way. I don't know what this job that Anara was talking about. But if it is like, one that could be one that we come back to, then perhaps the town is a better place.
I
Possibly,
definitely
don't know.
think that the health of an individual is worth at least a little bit of time. Was there payment discussed or anything?
Oh
like
yes.
that?
So sorry.
Okay.
50 gold,
Oh.
which is a lot for farmers, but apparently
That
maybe they're
is
pooling it
sizable.
together or something.
So as you are discussing all of this, Rhys and Anara are heading towards the mayor's home. What would you like to do?
Rhys is going to knock on the door.
Okay. There is no answer.
He's going to open the door.
Okay. You open the door. The space is fairly nice. It's well kept. There are a handful of bookcases, a couple of nice chairs. There is a small bed in one corner of the room that has been very neatly made. It's very crisply put together. On the other side, closer to where the fireplace is a larger bed, and you can see what appears to be a young woman lying in the bed.
Rhys, what are you doing?
What kind of books does he have in his bookshelf?
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Oh, 4.
Based upon the script on them, you give it a quick kind of cursory look, and it looks like they're all about farming. Some of them just have plain unlettered spines. They look like they could perhaps be journals of some sort. There's nothing that stands out as being particularly interesting reading material.
Rhys is going to head over to the bed with the young woman in it and look to Anara and say, hopefully saving us some fucking time.
All right.
You think you can do anything for her, Rhys?
Is she asleep?
She does appear to be asleep, yes.
Okay. So Rhys is going to place his hand on her forehead, mutter a few words, and cast Lay on Hands for 5 points.
Okay.
In an attempt to cure disease.
Sure. So the sort of divine energy that you use to call upon for this sort of thing courses out of you and into her, and her eyes kind of pop open very aggressively, like as though she's been startled awake, and she looks and goes, who are you?
Rhys, what's wrong with you?
I've been sick.
Rhys, give the girl some room. She's scaring her.
She begins kind of feeling her up and down her, like she's feeling her shoulders and her arms, and it doesn't hurt. and she just sort of begins to weep.
Right. So we're going to be leaving later today, and I'm going to need you to tell your father that he owes us 50 gold, and then we're going the other direction. So we'll wait for that whenever you're done crying, and then Rhys turns to leave.
She just kind of nods a little bit, unsure what to do, and
Anara sits down beside her and hugs her.
she allows you to hug her.
I know she probably has other things wrong with her too. I don't know what's you might not want to do that. All right, whatever. And then he'll go back to the inn.
Okay.
Sit there for a minute and then I trail after.
Okay. You go back to the inn. What do you do?
Well, we're not retrieving a cleric. We'll head the other direction. I suppose that's been decided.
What do you mean you're not? We don't need a cleric.
Did you fix it? Did you heal her?
You are
No.
you are a cleric?
No, it would just appear that whatever your cat friend did here just took a while to set in, so it's fine now. And I suppose the mayor owes us 50 gold, and then we can be on our way the opposite direction.
Interesting. I did not know that you could...
I hate to say this. Based on Veinora's at least passing spell arcane knowledge, that doesn't add up. And
Make a history roll.
I'm more just she doesn't believe what Rhys is saying.
Sure, make a history check.
Okay.
Do I need to roll deception here?
Not yet.
Not bad. 15.
Okay, so yeah, that would absolutely seem. It would, the idea that healing didn't take place immediately, even though you don't have a tremendous amount of experience working with clerics, you definitely would feel like there was something odd in that. So if you want to follow up on that, you can.
That doesn't check out. Sorry, but if you're headed in the same direction, I would very much appreciate that you not pull the wool over our eyes, so to speak. What did you do to her?
The only person with wool over their eyes is Ahzyris and sometimes my sister.
For someone so sarcastic, you fail to understand. What did you actually do to the girls? If Cloud was unable to heal them, then what did you do to them?
You can tell them, Rhys.
She's better now. I just happened to see it, so... Are we done here? Let's go talk to the mayor, get our gold, and leave.
Finn's perception check. Wants to, like, figure out if he's lying or not.
Okay,
that's
Rhys, are you actively trying to be deceptive, or are you just being cagey?
Deceptive.
All right, go ahead and give me a deception roll.
11.
Okay, Fenn, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
9.
It seems shifty, but you can't tell if he's actually lying or if this just doesn't add up.
Well,
Veirona, why don't you go ahead and give me an investigation check as well? We'll see, since you had already expressed an interest in whether or not this was truthful or not.
I think
Slightly better, 22.
Yeah, you know he's full of shit.
Ahzyris will speak up at this. Earlier, I did see him heal, so I know he does have healing magic. And frankly, Rhys, it's nothing to be ashamed of. I don't know why you were trying to hide it.
But the question is why you felt the need to hide it at all.
I think the question is why, have you seen more cities maybe than me? Fought more beasts? I don't understand why mine did not work and yours worked.
Well, I suppose I should just admit that my ulterior motive was to make sure that you felt really good, Cloud, about the work that you'd done. And that was very close to my heart. As far as where I've been, I haven't been to many places, I wouldn't say. So,
Yes, perhaps maybe you can show me how to do what you did later.
I'll think about it.
But I will say this, Rhys and Cloud, thank y'all, because there's a lot of people who've been suffering, and a lot of people in poor areas don't get this kind of thing. They don't have fancy clerics all around. And the fact that the two of y'all managed to come up and then help this poor girl, it sounds like a good thing regardless. So I haven't seen a lot of that myself. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Fenn. I don't know if we could say that Rhys is fancy, but I am definitely fancy.
I would also just like to point out that we're being paid to heal that girl. So poor people will continue to lack valuable healing.
Well, anyway, this conversation is full of fun and joy. I feel like I'm going to go and find, what's his name? Beryl, and just, Beryl, and tell him that, oh wait, he went to the crossroads. Never mind. He'll be back later.
So a little bit of time goes by. Again, the crossroads is only about a half an hour distant from the town. So a little over an hour goes by, during which Rhys has gone and performed his healing ritual. You all have had your conversation about this. Burrell comes back to the inn and comes in and says, well, I have found 3 bodies, as you said. You said you turned one of them loose shoeless. Is that the case?
Yes.
Slowed him down a bit.
All right.
I spoke to him also.
Right, Ahzyris gave him some words of wisdom and some encouragement.
He looks at you, still not. You are the one who definitely he is the most uncomfortable with who you are and what you're doing here, but he's not. You're not being hostile or threatening, so he's just going to assume that you're a traveler he hasn't met or isn't familiar with, and looks at you and just says, oh, that's quite nice. For the 3 of them, there's 3 gold apiece, 9 gold for the job. And I had mentioned to your cleric here that there's work to be done if you are interested in escorting a cleric from Hosties back here.
Yes, about that. It appears that one of the members has already taken care of that. So
What?
If
Cloud, I believe it was Cloud. You said Cloud.
No,
said
it
that...
it wasn't.
Yes, it was Cloud.
It was Cloud.
It definitely was not, but all the same, if you go check your daughter, you will find that she is okay, apparently.
He looks at the 3, or at the assemblage of you, confused by the conflicting storyline, and goes across to his home and checks on his daughter. Maybe 10 minutes goes by and he comes back. He looks directly at you, Rhys. I don't know what you've done, but I have never seen her this well in months. She said it was you who laid your hands upon her, and she seems better. Thank you.
You're welcome. So 50 gold, right? Is that what you said?
He looks at you kind of oddly. 50 gold it is. I will retrieve it, along with the 9. He looks at Cloud. There is still reason for me to have this cleric brought here. So I will gladly pay your companion for the work that he has done. But there is still 50 more to be had, and a cleric who I need brought to town. So I will return.
This might be a tad bit forthright. Why? Why?
Why do I
what
need
is,
this?
Yes.
He pauses for a moment. Make a persuasion roll.
Not great at those, but okay. Oh, jeez. That's a nat 1.
Okay, he
Yeah.
looks at you and says, I believe that's my counsel to keep. The job is there. If you want to do it, I will go and fetch the gold for this young man for his efforts. But I will.
Is there any sense of urgency in retrieving this cleric for you?
It is not as urgent as it was. That is certainly the case, but there is still. It is still important to me. So I would like to see it done. If you can do it, the job is yours. If you don't care to, then I will wait. And with that, he goes ahead and heads out. He's huffy. He is not at all happy with Rhys's demeanor, but he is not in any way, shape, or form going to say anything about it because the thing that matters to him most has been taken care of. So he goes, he comes back about 15 minutes later carrying a small chest. It's it's reasonably good sized wooden chest, not easily carried in 2 hands though. And he comes back and places it down squarely in front of Rhys, and then pulls from his pocket 9 more gold coins and puts them next to it.
Rhys will open up the
chest
chest and
it's filled with gold. You can certainly count it if you want, but it is filled with gold coin.
He'll pass it to Anara in the chest.
And Anara takes it and just kind of closes the lid back down. We'll look at this later.
If you decide you want the other job, there's 50 more.
We thank you. And blessings on your daughter.
I thank you.
We'll think about it.
Please let me know before you leave town. Either way.
Of course, yes. I'm sure we have a lot to discuss, like where we're going and our plans.
I will
Among
leave
other
you.
Things, yes.
I will leave you to it. And with that, he exits the inn tavern, and from the window you can see that he's heading back towards his own home. At this point, it is late morning, almost afternoon by the time all of this has transpired. So what would you like to do?
Well, Fenn, it seems that, well, I don't know. This is your area of expertise. Our chance of gold has dwindled. So, do you want? We could make our way to the other town, or we could help with the cleric. That is.
Well, we were on our way to Misa. I understood, and there is some work there. I gotta say, I thought I was awkward with people, but Rhys might even be. His way with people is certainly special.
Yes.
But I'm really relieved that girl has been healed, and I appreciate what he's done and what Cloud has done. But I did find it weird that he wouldn't tell us what the cleric is for. And
yes, and the sum of gold is also concerning. The other sum is even more concerning, to be fair. But
I think if we head in that direction, we're probably not going to reach there. And is this right, Chris? Like if we head towards either of the places, we're not going to reach there before nightfall, or would we be able to?
Correct. If you were to leave now, you would be sleeping on the road for at least one night, regardless of where you were headed. If you are going to head towards, if you were going to head towards Hosties, it is a solid day's journey, but you could make it before sunset if you left at sunrise. Getting to Misa is about a day and a half's journey. So regardless, unless you were choosing to move at a fast pace, you would need a little more than a day and be sleeping rough.
Well,
no matter what.
Yeah. I'm basically relaying that information, saying
Sure.
whichever way we decide, we all going to be camping outside tonight if we decide to leave.
That's fine. I think we both are comfortable doing that. I wouldn't be adverse to a little bit of coins. Travel over the pond is going to cost a little bit, so I wouldn't say no to having a little. What do you say? We go collect the cleric and get ourselves a wee little bit of gold in our pockets.
And as the healing of this little girl was kind of a joint effort, how does 7 gold?
It wasn't.
How does 7 gold, 1 silver, and 5 copper sound to each of you?
5.
We got to do something with this 50 gold we just got.
You do not strike me as the kind of person who would have trouble burning through 50 gold.
True, avocados are incredibly expensive this time of year.
They really are.
And I need them now. That sounds very nice, Anara. I really appreciate it. I think that you all are very, very different. But I don't think that that's a bad thing. I think it is a good thing that we are different because we bring different things to the table. And I feel good about all of you. I think that Rhys is confusing to me, as is Ahzyris. But anyways, I feel like probably I'm confusing at times.
Well, Rhys is confusing to everyone, me included. But love him still. But I
am right here.
Anara just ignores him. But I think our various talents could match well with each other.
I would love to come with if that's what you're suggesting.
I think that would be preferable.
Well, we could head up to pick up the cleric, bring them back here, and then be on the crossroads and then head down to that archaeological thing that they were talking about. And that way we could maybe even do both and give us some money along the way. Veirona,
definitely not a-
what do you think?
That is a very good question. I wouldn't say not a
All
coin.
right, roll a perception check. No, I'm kidding.
Well, I wouldn't say not a coin. It's just, well, if you feel comfortable traveling with this many people as opposed to just the two of us, I suppose there is safety in numbers.
Well, that was my thinking too, especially since there have been both the goblins and the bandit attacks. And I admit I wasn't on top of my game the other day. So I am always looking for a chance for coin. And then if we head down and head to Misa, then of course I also am always interested in seeing what's happening there. So
Well, I suppose that's a decision made. So for now, I suppose we all travel together. Yes.
Oh, it
Lovely.
sounds
So-
great.
So are we heading to Hosties first or Hosties first to get the cleric, and then on the way back, if we
That sounds like the common strategy right now.
I think getting the cleric, regardless of if the little girl is healed or not, is definitely important. Like you said, or I'm assuming, like you said, small towns don't have clerics, so I'm sure they have a good reason to need them.
But then why not say that? Anyways, this is just me sinking too much into it.
well,
Perhaps,
we should
perhaps
pack
it
and
is
go.
more simple. I don't know.
is
It rarely ever is.
how long will it take everybody to pack up? Is everybody in agreement? If so, I can start to lead us towards Hosties, and we got the name of that town. We'll have
Yes.
to probably camp out tonight. But again, if we're camping out, safety in numbers is kind of my thinking.
I'm all ready to go. I think Maple already has packed up all of my things.
I
I
do
never unpacked.
absolutely. I think Maple actually, in a sudden moment of somewhat clarity, as much clarity as Maple can have, she'll just absentmindedly start walking out the door because Cloud has said they're ready to go. Well, you know what? If we go and get the cleric first, then we might have enough money to put Cloud up in a nice bed when we get to Misa. That sounds nice. And then she'll just keep walking out the
You do
door.
realize that you can also have a nice. And you
She will
attract
get
some
her a
very
nice
strange
bed
people.
too. We'll all get nice beds. It'll be like a party.
Well, I'm ready to go whenever you are.
I'm ready. How about you, Rhys?
Yes, I suppose. I'm not fussed about it. Let's just go.
Then on the way we go.
All right. So the decision is made that you will go to Hosties to bring back Seventh,
I'm
the
assuming
cleric.
we let the mayor know beforehand.
Okay, so that's easy enough to do. Are you saying anything to Veus, or are you just walking out?
I mean, I'm assuming we pay and then let him know we're heading out.
Very good. So for
Rhys will ask him
Go
for
ahead.
jerky if he has any.
He goes in the back and grabs a little kind of oil-soaked cloth bag, and there you go. You did right by the girl. Don't worry about it.
I won't. Thank
Fair
you.
enough. Fair enough, little cousin. Good luck. All right. So you have your conversation with the mayor. Cloud, he presents you with a sealed envelope, sealed with a wax seal. when you get to the Temple of Pelor, ask for Seveth. She is, and he looks around at all of you. She is, she's a little taller than him. Points to Fenn. Hair sort of like hers, and points to Veirona. She's a little older than all of you, but not so old as me. They'll fetch her when you get to the temple, and as I said, if you present this letter to her, she will ensure that you are provided lodging at the temple for the night, and if you escort her back without any troubles, then there's another 50 gold in it for you.
That appears to be the plan right now. So, yes, we will all bring back the cleric together.
I will try my best not to let you down.
I believe in you.
Wow. Oh
Thanks for
boy.
us.
And at that, Cloud's gonna be like, yeah, check in the posture. I'm ready. I'm
Yeah,
ready.
Just a quick question: How do you spell the cleric's name?
Seveeth.
Good. I got it right.
I was one letter off.
Me too.
I just didn't even try because I was expecting there to be a whole lot of ghost letters. And
Apostrophes.
S-H-E.
In all fairness, as long as you spell it
A-T-H.
phonetically, you're probably fine for these purposes. But all right, so you are going to set off for Hosties now. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you'll be so kind as to lead the way, since well, this is your thing.
Well, I guess I have to have something, so I'll move forward. And Chris, anything you need?
Are you, I guess, just go ahead and give me a marching order other than Fenn leading the way.
Rhys will be up front.
Okay.
I think Ahzyris would like to walk next to his new friends. So probably next to Anara or Maple, probably.
Okay.
Or all three.
Okay.
All three of us just walking right next to
All
each other.
right. So the
Oh
three
my
the three musketeers walking together. Veirona, are you sticking up towards Fenn? Are you hanging back with this middle gaggle? Are you going in the back?
In the back.
Okay.
With whoever is taking up the tail end. No pun intended.
Yes, I was going to say where is the tail going in the tail end? Going back with Veirona, Cloud, or are you going to be walking up more with the three musketeer gaggle?
Probably, actually, maybe in the back because Cloud's clearly thinking through a lot of things right now, and is probably trailing in the back.
Okay, very good. So you set out and heading south from Seva, you are following a dirt road. It is about 15 feet wide. It is reasonably well traveled. Not as developed as the North Road that you had been on before, that runs sort of from the east to west on the south end of the Haldir, which is the road that Seva is on proper. That's a much more developed road. This is a little bit more of a rustic dirt road, but it's more heavily traveled than, say, just a simple 2-track kind of wagon rut. It's definitely beaten down and whatnot. As you are walking south, you are feeling the sun on your faces. Anara, have you redonned your eye covering, or are you
yes.
trying? Okay. All right.
Eye covers down, hoods up.
Okay, very good. Is anybody else wearing or doing anything in particular to try and hide their appearance, or is everybody just kind of walking out in the open?
Well-
Nothing from Veirona.
No.
Nope.
Ahzyris did not put the cloak back on his face
Okay.
because the interaction at the inn, the tavern, went fine.
Okay.
Obviously, Rhys was just over paranoid.
Obviously. All right. So you go ahead and head south. You walk for maybe an hour or so. Fenn, give me a perception roll.
14.
Okay. As you are heading south, you can see more signs of activity along the road. There are a handful of travelers that you spot in the distance. As they approach, they have a very simple cart, single horse. It looks like from at a distance, you would assume are kind of elderly farmers. You can see that they have some random crops piled up in the back. You can't tell exactly what it is. Probably potatoes, given the time of year. You wouldn't expect them to have been bringing in a whole lot of vegetables at this point. And they give you a hail in passing and just sort of look at this assemblage and wave to everyone. But they don't have anything in particular to say. And you go ahead and proceed another hour south, getting a little bit later into the day. Are you all talking about anything, or are you just sort of head down, kind of trotting along?
No, definitely not.
I imagine
Veirona is going to shut up. Like,
Okay.
No. Actually, to be fair, the Cloud. Questions about what happens back there. Why was this half-drow able to heal the girl when you were not?
I don't know. It is a mystery. That's what I was telling you. Like, I'm really trying to find other clerics out there because I don't really understand how this magic thing works, or like how to, like, grow and things like that. I feel like maybe I am, at the beginning of this day, I felt like perhaps I was like really good and experienced, but now I'm not so sure. I feel like I have a lot to learn left.
That is fair. What do you make of this? These others? I know we've met under slightly similar circumstances of just happening upon each other, but well, to be frank, you and Maple present a slightly, how to say, more trusting entourage.
I mean, I think that the maple is starting to rub off on me a little bit. I don't really know exactly who to trust and not to trust. But Anara really seems nice. Ahzyris seems nice, but I have a complete mystery to me. I don't. Maybe is not nice, so I really don't know.
Fair enough. You trust them enough to at least travel with them for the time being?
It does, but also you are more well traveled than I, so I don't know. I would imagine that maybe you've met more people.
I haven't met people like them at all. This would be a rarity in the Commonwealth. It's I have never met a full orc, and I have definitely never met a drow.
But you also had never met a tabaxi before we met.
Yes, but much like
that's why you called me the fluffy one.
Yes, but there were shifters, there were changelings, there were a number of other races that at least gave me some experience with their cultures and things about them in that respect. So, I mean, Ahzyris is, yes, bigger than a half-orc, but also very different from a full orc. So there's commons there. You have similarities to a friend of mine that I trained with. She admittedly did not do the full kitty, so to speak. She was a bit more of a shifter, and so that warmed me up to that idea. And there were elves and half elves and so on and so forth. But well, to be frank, the Drow and the Commonwealth have a strained relationship, to put it fair.
Oh,
Yes.
well, I don't know anything about that.
I know. I'm not trying to taint your I'm not trying to taint anything, but there's a reason I'm a bit cautious.
I understand. That totally makes sense. I will.
That and they're not being fully honest. I mean, it's,
Oh,
if they
yes,
explain
it is.
things,
Yeah, I understand.
I mean, I know it was different with you and Maple because Maple is incapable of lying, period.
You
and
must be
seem
very careful
much-
what you tell her.
Yes, and you seem very much the same, but mostly because, Maple's there and you're incapable of keeping any secrets there. So, best lie detectors that we can possibly have. The rest, I don't know. I don't know.
Proceed with caution is what I am hearing.
That is what I am going to do. You are free to do what you wish, but
all right.
Just saying, there's a reason I'm cautious.
Maybe I will ask them about it later.
Is Anara hearing any of this?
Are either of you attempting to be quiet, or
at least reasonably?
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check, Anara.
I don't know about Cloud, but Denora is at least trying to.
That would be a 14.
Okay. You definitely hear bits and pieces of it. You know that they're talking about you and Rhys and Ahzyris, and you probably pick up on the fact that there's a little bit of trepidation in the conversation, but nothing that would make you feel like it was overly hostile or anything like that.
Okay.
And also see if I can overhear a little bit of it.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, give me a perception roll.
Thanks. No, that's gonna be an 8. He's too excited talking to Maple.
Yep, you and Maple are having an amazing conversation about something, and that is filling your time. So as you continue to travel down the road, Fenn, you notice that you are coming into a little bit more verdant area. The trees are starting to fill in a little bit more. This area is a little bit more in bloom than some of the areas closer up to the mountains. It's warmed up a little bit. Generally nice area. The path on either side of you has sort of scattered trees off to what would be at this point the west from you is a rocky sort of outcropping that is comes up maybe about 2 feet, 2.5 feet. It looks like it would be an old stone wall that might have been built at some point, as though there might have been a building here or something like that. But it's definitely nothing fresh. It is ruined. It is overgrown with brush and vines and things like that. There's another sort of almost like a low wall that you also see that is off on the east side of the road, that has sort of a similar appearance. And go ahead and give me a history roll.
2.
Okay, you looking at this go, wow, there must have been buildings here at some point. And that's about that. So as you are walking down the road, you see off to the east, there is a small pond with a little bit of a rocky outcropping. The area is reasonably open. I would like Rhys and Fenn to give me perception checks.
$22.
Okay, Rhys.
Making up for that history.
Yeah.
You're muted.
13.
Okay, cool. So Fenn, you can tell that there is some kind of animal, you think, kind of rooting around and rustling in this sort of debris and overgrowth off on the south side.
Okay. Is this considered forest? Just as its favored terrain for me?
It is a it is lightly wooded. It is not necessary. I wouldn't call it forested. It is not. It is still more of a. It's more of a wooded grassland. So there's not a ton of dense, thick trees or anything like that.
I'm gonna kind of give just a hand signal, looking back, and then just to kind of go ahead and get an arrow ready, and look back. And I think Rhys is next to me, and just be like, "There's some kind of creature in that area over there. I can't quite make it out." And just kind of warn the others that there's some kind of creature. I can't tell if it's hostile or not, but that they should be alert.
Okay.
Rhys is gonna bring his shield around and say, "Of course there's. What kind of beast is it?"
I'm not sure yet, but I can't. It could be anything from no harm, and we can just go around it. But it's mainly just to be aware. I'm not sure really if if it's dangerous or not, or any threat to us. But we should be on guard just in case it is. And then I'm gonna.
Are you continuing to walk? As you're walking down the road, at the point at which you've reached, there's a smallish oak tree that had obviously blown over in a windstorm that's down on the ground. This noise and rustling is further to the west of that. It is not. This tree is not blocking the path or anything like that. There's no indication that this is intentional. Just observational for you.
I would like, if possible, to try to move stealthily to see if I can track and figure out what this animal is.
Okay, go ahead and you can go ahead and move as you would like on the tabletop and go where you would like to go.
Okay. So where was the rustling?
This map for your purposes is oriented where north is going to be to the left side of the map.
Okay.
And west is at the bottom of the map. So the rustling is to your west, which would be at the bottom of the map as you're looking at it.
Okay. I am going to try to move in this general direction, trying to use the trees for a little bit of cover.
Okay. And with that, this large monstrosity emerges. It is a large, armored, open mouth, two giant claws, or I should say two giant clawed arms in the front, and it makes this giant 15-foot leap out of the woods in your direction. So in one moment, I am going to have all of you
battle.
All right, everybody give me an initiative roll.
There it is.
Group party initiative.
Wahoo!
All right. Do you want us in order or just whenever?
Go ahead and did everybody roll?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right. So, Cloud, what did you get?
I got a 20, but not a natural 20.
Okay, Fenn.
19.
Anara.
10.
All right, Ahzyris.
5.
5. Hold on a minute. Stand by. Maple.
8.
Rhys. I'm sorry, I know you had your hands up. What did you have?
Yeah, Anara and us are twinning at 10.
Okay, Veirona. Are you muted? I can't hear
3.
you. Okay. All right. So let me get us
Go get
in
a drink.
order here. Stand by. Let me update here. All right. So Cloud, you are going to be going first. Oh, that didn't help me there. Sorry. A couple of these didn't transfer over. So Maple, what did you have again?
8.
8 for Maple.
We're doing so good.
Rhys was a 10. All right. I think that gets everybody in order. All right. Cloud, you are up. What would you like to do?
Do I see the creature at all, or I just like know that
You-
like Fenn's in trouble, or
You should be able to see the creature. It is
Okay.
daylight. There is a little bit of a tree in your way, but nothing so much that you wouldn't be able to see this large beast.
Okay. I think that Cloud will just kind of take a step back over here in this part of the path and fur like a little bit all puffed up. Was not expecting, was kind of lost in thought. And Cloud will take their quarterstaff and grip it and move their paw around and cast bless. And I believe that I bless up to 3 creatures of my choice, which can add a d4 to their attack rolls and saving throws. So I will bless Maple and within 30 feet, Ahzyris and Anara.
Maple, Anara, and Ahzyris. Great. So Maple, Anara, and Ahzyris, you are all blessed. Remember, you get to add a 1d4 to your attacks and saving throws.
And I will hiss loudly and end my turn.
All right, very good. Fenn, you are up. What would you like to do?
Do I recognize the creature?
Go ahead and make a history check.
13.
Yeah, you would know it as a bullet.
A what?
A bullet.
A bullet?
Yep.
I love
So
bullets.
you would know that it is a nasty land shark kind of beast.
Well, everybody, it's a bullet here. It's kind of like a nasty land shark. And do I
It's a
have a
shark.
shot from where I am to where it is now?
I'm sorry, say that last part for me again.
Do I have a shot from where I'm positioned now? to-
Yes, you would have a clear shot if you choose to attack.
Okay, I am going to start with attack with my longbow.
Okay, go ahead.
Not baby shark doo 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 doo.
And that's a 14 to hit.
Okay, so you let the arrow fly and sort of being still a little bit startled at all of this, you go to catch it and the arrow sort of catches the armored hide and sort of skitters off into the woods. It hits, but it doesn't do any damage.
I can't believe I keep missing this way. And I'm going to use a little bit of my movement to just get a little bit more in this direction. So, whoops. So I'm just going to move about right there.
Okay, so you are going to head and move a little further to the east and a bit south, getting away from the creature and getting a little bit more of an angle on
Correct.
it. Very good. Okay. Anything else on your turn?
That ends my turn.
That ends your turn. Ahzyris, it is your turn.
With my low roll? Really? Dang, okay. So it is clear that this bullet is going to attack.
It made a 15-foot leaping jump and is snarling and snapping its jaws. It seems fair to think that, especially now that Fenn has shot at it, that it is absolutely looking for an argument.
That's fair. Let's see. 60 feet.
Fenn,
Oh
the
boy, I
animal
can't read
provoker.
that. How far away
You are
am
45
I?
feet.
Perfect, thank you. It is hard to do this without a mouse. Perfect. Ahzyris is going to cast Frostbite. So he mutters and the area around him just sort of darkens. His breath starts to show, and he points towards it, and a burst of cold air just sort of flies at it. And I'm going to need a Constitution saving throw of 12.
Okay. The bullet manages to kind of roll out of the way of the frostbite as it moves its direction and snaps its jaws at you angrily.
Cool.
Very upset at you.
Ahzyris is upset also.
All
And
right.
it didn't hit.
All right. Are you going to do anything else?
No, I think he's going to stick where he is.
Okay. Very good. That ends your turn then.
Yep.
Cool. Anara, you're up.
Right. Anara is going to move 20 feet and
Okay.
use her cunning action to hide behind the fallen tree.
Okay.
And that's all she's going to do,
All right. Sounds good.
aside from drawing her rapier, of course.
Sure. Rhys.
Rhys is going to move up right beside Anara with his 30 feet of movement.
Okay.
And then he's going to point his finger at the bullet and say, "You want to fight me, don't you?" And cast Compel Duel on him.
Okay.
And you had to get next to Anara to say that?
To be fair, I think every time he opens his mouth, people wants to fight him. So like, it just kind of comes with him.
Just wait till you've
All
been
right,
with him for
what's the,
17 years.
What's the save?
It's wisdom, and the range is 30 feet. It's wisdom. The DC is 13, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I have a DC of 13 right now.
Okay. So the bullet sort of sees you and you have every sense that you have gotten its attention.
I'm going to ready an action with Rhys with his longsword. He's going to draw it and then have it ready to attack if the bullet comes to try and bite him.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right. Maple, what would you like to do?
Given that this is a downed tree, Maple could make it down within 5 feet of this thing with a dash action, but I take it that's difficult terrain with the downed tree.
I would say that given your experience, that I would go ahead and say that you can probably just vault over this thing without it actually taking up any of your movement. But let me take a quick, I would say that with your strength and your acrobatic skill, that this tree would not pose any sort of a problem for Maple. So no, you can use your full movement.
Okay. So yeah, Maple will take a dash action. And as she's running towards this thing, she will go ahead and yell as she goes into a rage. "You must be pretty stupid, Bud. You want to know how I know, Bud? You can't even grow your own ears."
Okay. And that
Thanks so much.
that is your turn.
Yep.
Veirona, you have just watched Maple burst with energy and sprint towards this beast, mocking it in the oddest way you have ever heard a human being mock a creature. What would you like to do?
Well, that is a strange battle cry, but all the same, Veirona is going to. Can she see the creature from her current position, or does she need to?
You
No,
should be able to see it without any problem.
She is going to lock eyes with the creature, place a palm against her forehead, and as she's sliding it down over her eyes, speak the word Requiem and cast Sleep.
Okay. What is the save on that?
I clicked the wrong thing. There isn't a save.
Okay.
I roll 5d8.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. Not sure exactly what the hit points on these on
Okay.
this thing is, but it's worth a shot at the very least.
Sure.
So that is 24. And if the creature has lower current hit points, then they would fall unconscious or asleep. I'm willing to bet that it probably doesn't work.
It bats its eyes, seems to yawn, and then snaps its jaws towards Maple.
All right. Very well. Hard ways then.
Are you going to move, or are you staying there?
No, she'll move. Let's see, 30 feet over. Come on. There we are. 30 feet puts her right there, and she has a crossbow out. So that's all that we can really do. No bonus action or anything. So, well, that's the turn.
Okay. And with that, it is the Bullet's turn. So the Bullet, seeing this human charging at it, has a conflicted feeling. It absolutely wants to attack this human that has charged its way, but it's so just violently angry at this purple thing over by the tree that it uses its full 40 feet of movement and charges towards Rhys. It can't quite get there, but on its way past Maple, you are able to take an attack of opportunity because it does pass through your melee range.
All right. Let's see here. So that's technically, I'm going to roll my dice for bless. That's D4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's 13.
Okay, so as the bullet sort of is speeding past you, you take the great axe and swing and just manage to just glance the blade off of its sort of armored shell, and it kind of skitters off. It doesn't even phase it. All right, top of the round. Cloud, you are up.
Oh, all right. Cloud is going to move a little bit closer, feeling better now that there are people who are covered up by the text box. I can't move myself anymore. That's fun.
I can move you if you need me to.
Yeah, just move me next to Veirona. And probably say to Veirona, this is very scary, and I've never seen one of these before. And cast Sacred Flame.
Okay.
Well, it says Dex save of 12.
Yep. All right, and the divine energy courses out of your paws and connects with the bullet's shell, doing how many points of damage?
Doing 4 points of radiant damage.
Okay, the radiant
First
energy.
blood.
The radiant energy connects with it, and it sort of doesn't seem to phase it much, but you can tell that there's just like a little bit of a shudder to it, and you can tell that it has connected. Anything else with your turn?
That is my turn, though.
That is your turn. All right, Fenn, you are up.
I just kind of talking to myself like, come on, Finn, get it together now. Had hit a broadside of a barn since you've been with these folks. And I kind of reach out and pull out an arrow from my quiver.
Okay.
And with my bonus action, I just whisper to it, to the mark, fly straight and true. And I use my bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
Marking, let me do that real quick. Marking it as my mark, and then from that, having whispered to it, I just focus on it and knock and release, and I will roll. $11.
Okay, the arrow this time, the bullet being enraged, you sort of have hurried the shot a little bit with the invocation of your hunter's mark. You manage to just barely miss it as the arrow skitters past off into the woods. But you feel strongly that the action of the mark has taken, and you know you just need to get your aim true to connect, and you'll be adding to the fight and doing more damage.
Yeah, I just mutter to myself and then just says, breathe, don't pull, breathe. And then I just stay where I am, trying to gather my calm, trying to get myself much more zen.
Okay.
That ends my turn.
All right, Ahzyris, it is your turn.
Cool. With Frostbite not working last time, he is going to switch to Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast. So, again, the area directly around him darkens a little bit, and he points towards it again, and inky black wispy tendrils just burst out, and they just looks pretty cool when it's going towards it, but with a 5, it just kind of like dissipates as it hits.
Okay, so as that inky tendril shoots out, in the back of your mind, you just hear this, and at that laughter, just the energy just disappears, and the inky tendrils just are knocked out of existence.
He looks down at his hand, and that's his turn.
Okay. Anara, you are up.
All right. Since Anara is hiding, would this be could this be an advantage roll?
Yes, absolutely.
With sneak attack?
Yeah.
Oh, good. In that case, Anara's going to pull out one of her daggers and throw it at the bullet.
Okay, go for it.
That would be a 23 to hit. With
okay, so the dagger flies out of your hand and finds a spot sort of between the armored shell and where the jawline is, and sort of connects and lodges itself in there, and the bullet sort of and recoils in pain, doing how much damage?
11 points of damage. And should I add my D4 to this as well?
Yeah. Well, no, a D4 is to hit, right? Not
hit.
Bless is to hit. You hit. Not a problem. You hit without the bless, and your sneak attack damage is applied. So, awesome. All right. Are you going to move, or are you going to stay where you are?
I'm staying hidden.
All right. Very good. Rhys, you are up.
Rhys is going to vault over the fallen tree and get right up in the bullet's face.
All right.
Draw his sword from low to high and take a swing.
All right. Go ahead and make an attack.
Oof. That's a big 6.
Okay, so you having vaulted over, go to make a big swipe up, and you sort of catch the bottom of the shell, and you feel your sword slide along the arc of the shell without connecting with anything soft enough to do any damage.
Rhys will hang back on his heels and hold up his shield and say, well, this isn't going as planned.
Okay. Very good. Maple,
Noted.
what would you like to do?
Okay, so this is gonna be a thick turn. Do I still have bless?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just for a minute. Okay, so I believe all of this stacks. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I think Maple probably approaches this thing, going, you know, how dare you, bud? I put in good effort into that insult. You come back here right this very second. And Maple, before she takes a swing with her great axe, when I make my first attack on my turn, due to my reckless attack class feature, I can decide to attack recklessly. So she's angry enough, she will definitely do that. So that gives me advantage.
Okay.
Plus the +4. And because of my great weapon master feat, before I make a melee attack with a heavy weapon that I'm proficient with, I can choose to take a penalty of 5. So does that count for either one of the hits I'm going to be making with advantage, plus the bless?
Okay, hold on a second. Let me look at the.
None of this is like a bonus action I have to do or anything. I just.
Yeah.
Okay, so with Great Weapon Master, if you
Yeah.
score a crit, then you are able to make an additional melee attack as a bonus action.
Yeah.
So
But it says before I make a melee attack with a heavy weapon, not the melee attack that's a bonus action if I crit.
right. So if you go to make an attack
Yeah.
and you crit on that
Okay.
attack, you are then able to make an additional bonus action attack. However, correct me if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's yeah.
Because
Because it's like sharp. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like sharpshooter, isn't it? Where you take like the -5 to hit, but then you get a +10 to the damage.
Yes.
yeah. I'm looking at it right here. Well, let's do this. Go ahead and make the attack,
Okay.
and we'll see whether or not we have to worry about it.
Okay. That's true. That's fair. Oh, jeez. Okay. A 24.
Okay, a
Not
20
less.
a 24 hits. So go ahead and
And I was gonna say, even with the -5, that's still a 19.
yeah, no, you hit.
Okay.
There's no question about that. So you swing with your great axe and connect with the sort of fleshy backside of the bullet's arm, sinking your axe in there. How much damage do you do?
So it's 15 plus 2. Because I rolled max, so 17. Do I get that plus 10? Are we saying that worked?
I'm good with it. Why not?
Okay, so 27.
Nice.
Why not?
Nice.
I mean,
All right.
Fuck yeah.
pulling
so
her
I gotta
weight.
do
Put a lot of
this.
thought into that turn, Chris.
I can tell. Yeah. Here's the thing. Here's why you get to apply it regardless is that
Okay.
Sarah was able to put that amount of thought into that, and there's no way on God's green earth that Maple could have. So
That's true.
well, I will absolutely allow it. Let's go for it. All right.
All right.
Does that end your turn?
That ends my turn.
Okay,
Yes.
Veirona, you are up.
Well, this is going slightly better. So realistically, only thing she can do is yell over at Fenn. Don't worry, just take a breath. You can hit it, and she's going to use her light crossbow. See if she can stick it with with a bolt of some kind. So that's a 20 to hit.
Okay. 20 connects, so the bullet feels the damage and recoils. Go ahead and
Unfortunately, it is only 3 damage.
that's all right. So the arrow lodges into a gaping or a small crack in the armored hide. Are you going
See,
to
like that. Do that. Do that.
Does that end your turn?
Yes.
All right, and with that, it is the bullet's turn again. Having taken some damage now and being very upset at all of you, it thinks about having a conversation with all of you and decides that it doesn't have the intellectual capacity for that, and instead it is going to make a bite attack against Rhys. With a natural 20, so it is going to connect and do
Oof.
14, 24, 20.
Oh God.
Here.
30 points of damage.
Rhys is ragdolled by that. He's down.
Okay.
Cloud,
buddy.
help!
Right.
Yelp.
Okay.
The bullet just sort of slaps its jaws in that general direction. Cloud, it is your turn.
Cloud is very nervous. Oh boy, that wasn't what I was gonna do. So let me look. Is Rhys' body still where the bullet hit him? It didn't like fly anywhere.
Nope,
Okay.
he is still in the space that he was
Okay.
occupying.
All right. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay, I can get to him. I will just kind of hide, not probably very well behind his body because I'm not even attempting to hide.
Sure.
I will move up and I will cast Cure Wounds and hope nobody else goes down.
Okay.
I will pat him and be like, wake up, you can't die. And that's 10 points of healing.
All right. So, Rhys, you jerk up, eyes scattering wide open to see this tabaxi kind of pressing their paws into you, and you can feel the crackle of divine energy. And knowing how this sort of divine energy works for healing, you're aware instantly that Cloud has given you some healing. So with that, you are conscious again.
He says to Cloud, "It's about time. How long was I out?"
Not time at all. The battle is still happening. Get up.
All right. And with that, Cloud, that ends your turn?
Yep.
All right. Fenn, it is your turn.
I'm just looking at everyone and haven't seen it just take a giant bite out of Rhys. I, again, just focus, trying to finally gather myself and release another shot on the longbow.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's 20 to hit.
Okay. Your arrow coming out of the bow, having seen your new companion taken down and your traveling companion Cloud sprint into action and do as much healing as possible. Your focus just locks in. Your arrow flies true, catches the bullet in one of its fleshy bits, and it recoils from that. You do how much damage?
A total of 6.
A total of 6. Okay.
That's an I feel bad for you, man. Land a shot and get a 1 on the hunter's mark. That's just
I'm just getting these all out of the way early.
Sooner or later, the dice work for you, right? That ends your turn. Are you going to move?
I'm gonna stay where I am.
Okay, very good. Ahzyris, it is your turn again.
Ahzyris, as all of that is happening, kind of like looks down and mutters to himself about not having Witch Bolt prepared. And instead he is going to look back at the bullet and cast Dissonant Whispers this time. And I'm going to need a wisdom saving throw this time. The DC is 12.
Okay, so your spell reaches out into the creature's sort of mind with this melodic sense, and it shudders as this courses through its brain. What kind of damage does it take?
Fantastic question. And as he is casting this, again, the area around him darkens. This time there is a bit of a glint from underneath his hair of like a sort of bright purple. Ooh! And max damage, it looks like. So 12 psychic damage from this as he is just whispering under his breath towards this thing.
Okay, so the whisper connects with the bullet, and it shakes its head and it shivers, and one arm sort of collapses to the ground, and it forces itself back up and continues snapping in the direction of Anara and Rhys and Cloud. But he's taken some damage. Are you going to move at all?
Nope, that's my turn.
Okay, Anara, you are up.
All right, having just watched my little brother get taken out briefly by this bullet, Anara's going to jump out of her hiding spot, run around the bullet, staying out of range of its gaping jaws, and step over next to Maple. And let me see. Get down there.
Okay.
And using rapier and using the advantage she gets with flanking with Rhys.
Yep.
She's going to stabby with the rapier.
You can go ahead and try stabby, and I will say that you stayed within its melee range, so you did not take any sort of an opportunity attack. What'd you roll?
So that would be a 23.
Okay, so with a 23, you get a deep plunging pierce into the sort of the left forearm of this bullet, and the blade sinks in and you can feel it hit bone. How much damage?
8 points of damage.
Okay, it turns and looks back at you, snarling, snapping its jaws. It is definitely injured and unhappy.
And then I'm going to use my bonus action, cunning action, to disengage and move 10 feet away.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Rhys, having snapped back to consciousness with Cloud standing over you, you are prone, but it is your turn. What would you like to do?
Rhys is going to back up against the tree trunk and get his things, grab his shield and his sword, and then stab, thrusting into with his long sword, trying to catch the bullet.
Snap back to reality.
7.
Okay, having come to in the middle of this fight, sort of feeling the life having completely melted out of your body, you are shuffling back and trying to get up on this tree and just jabbing away and not making any sort of contact at all. Do you want to try and move anymore?
No, he's going to stand right there in front of it.
Okay. Sounds fine. Maple, it is your turn.
Maple, after just seeing a man who she has not yet had a chance to impress, or even really make smile, is very upset that she has not had a chance to prove herself to him yet. So she will attack recklessly again, and risk having, well, she wouldn't know this, but she will have advantage on attack rolls against her, and take that 5 penalty again. So let's see. So that's 14. Are we still in bless right now?
Yep,
It's only good for a minute.
I still have concentration. It's 10 turns, so
Yeah, it's 10 rounds.
yeah.
Okay.
Good for a while.
Okay. So 16, does 16 hit?
With a 16, you just miss connecting. The attempted strike just once again catches a hunk of armored shell and just skitters off, but you feel like you almost had him.
Yeah. All right, then my turn's done.
Okay, you gonna stay where you're at?
Yeah, Maple will stay in the line of fire here. Trying to take some of the attention off of the recently.
I'm gonna take a step back here for a minute. You are flanking with Rhys and Cloud. You would have advantage.
I already had advantage.
Oh, that was with your advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, though. I appreciate the effort.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really?
Really?
A -5.
19
Got it.
minus 5 plus 2.
Yeah.
Yep. The math checks out.
Carry the 7, divide by 4.
At
1
100.
plus 2 plus what?
I'm trying here.
I'm
I have a lot to
I'm
keep
telling
track
you,
of. I'm
1 plus 2
trying.
We're
plus-
doing great.
Maple secretly has a
No,
plus
all
10.
y'all are doing fine. I'm trying to do math in my head, which is not my skill set at all. So,
Now would be the
you know.
perfect time for Maple to reveal. No, it's a +1 battle act. Didn't you know?
Oh my
Almost.
god.
missed it by that much. But, all right, with that, Veirona, it is your turn.
Well, this is not going perfectly. So she is going to, seeing, frankly speaking, the crapshoot that is currently happening. She's going to. How far away are we? I totally forgot to measure. 35 feet. That should still be. Yeah, it's 60 feet, so we're fine. She is going to extend her hand out towards the creature, and with the hand shaped like a claw, she's going to aggressively pull it towards herself while mouthing the word 0 and use frostbite on it. So if you could make a Constitution saving throw.
What is he trying to beat?
DC 13.
Okay, the frostbite connects and sort of the numbness of it just pierces into the flesh of this beast, and you can see it sort of react. And if a bullet could shiver, it looks like it's shivering. So, how much damage does he take?
That is 4 points of cold damage.
Okay.
But more importantly, they have disadvantage on their next weapon attack for the next turn. So,
okay, very good. Good to know.
and
That's awesome.
she is also going to move. Scheiße. She is going to move here in preparation of. I need healing.
All right, Genji,
so-
calm down.
And that is her turn.
All right. Rhys, your compelled duel is a concentration spell, correct?
Yeah, it's gone now.
Yeah.
Since he's been knocked out.
Yep. Okay. So the bullet, seeing both Cloud and Rhys and Maple, is going to choose to make a bite attack towards Cloud.
Does it have a 10-foot range?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You are further away than that. Let's see. Does he have a 10-foot range? I don't think he does. No, he only has a 5-foot
I'm just
range.
trying to be grass.
No, I appreciate you attempting to hide from him and calling it out. So being too far away to actually reach Cloud, It does not know that, though, so it makes its attack in that general direction, gnashing its teeth and failing to connect with anyone in that general direction. So, because it rolled low enough that it would have missed all of you no matter who it was aiming for. So that ends its turn. Back to the top of the round. Cloud, you're up.
Oh boy. How hurt does it look?
It has taken enough damage where it is having some difficulty keeping itself upright. Its one leg has collapsed under it and it's sort of had to force itself back up. It's bleeding from multiple spots. You've seen it take both this sort of psychic and cold and this other magical damage where you would think that it's feeling pretty rattled.
All right. Cloud is going to be like, Rhys, I don't think you should stay, and move away. Just because I don't want to be in melee. Could I like see it from where I am right here next to this tree? Could I like?
Yeah. You. The tree is not an obstacle.
All right.
In your way.
I'm going to move away for my own safety reasons and smoosh my paws together and take a bit of like turns and cast Sacred Flame again at it and be like, just die already. It's a dex save.
All right. So the divine energy flies out of your paws and connects again with the bullet. It shudders once more. How much damage does it take?
8 points of radiant damage.
Okay, the bullet staggers, falls down on one, pushes itself up, falls down again, and seems to collapse into the ground, unmoving.
I get an F in the chat.
Is it dead?
Rhys is going to take a seat on the log and shove the tip of his longsword into the ground and just take a break.
Okay.
Cloud's fur is a little bit still on edge, so they look a little bit like a gray marshmallow. I'm gonna head over to Rhys and like just be like, "Are you sure it's dead?"
Well, it hasn't eaten me yet, so I suppose.
Oh boy,
You
I
should
could
make
not
sure.
have done that by myself. Mabel, you all did such a good job. Wow.
Fenn is gonna look to see if there's anything else.
Make a perception check.
Really
Probably a good idea.
kiddish.
To be continued.
19.
There is nothing else that is triggering your elven senses of danger or any other hint of anything coming out to attack. There is a bloodied, broken body of a bullet collapsed at the feet before your not so long ago dead new traveling companion, Rhys, who is sitting on the fallen tree, sort of still gathering himself from everything that he has been through. And with that, we are out of combat. What would you all like to do?
Anara's gonna go over and Anara's gonna go over and sit down next to Rhys and look at him and say, "You little shit, how long do I have to protect you?"
Rhys says nothing.
She just gives him a little shoulder nudge.
What time?
Maple, like poking this thing with her axe, will kind of look around. I mean, the next closest person who isn't doing anything is Cloud, so naturally Maple will call them over. Hey, bud, come over and look at this thing here. I don't really know what the heck this is, or if any of this armor it has is useful for anything. What do you think?
I'll take a look. I'll head over there. And Mirage, did you have something you were going to add?
Not much. Ahzyris hasn't moved, and he's kind of just like looking down at his hand and muttering to himself the whole time. But that's it.
And is
Okay.
there anything on this bullet that looks like it could be of value?
Make an investigation check.
How many magical items does it have?
All of them.
10?
That would be a 15.
Okay.
Oh, that's one for
so
each of us.
the-
Amazing.
yeah, the
Yes.
the bullet is currently carrying a +11 Vorpal sword and no,
And boots.
sorry. No, yeah,
I don't know.
it's got a bandit's boots. No,
Those are mine.
the bullet does not appear to have anything of value on it unless you are looking to have bullet for dinner.
Teeth, armor, anything?
You could probably go ahead and do some gutting if you cared to, but there is nothing obvious to you that would be particularly interesting.
Well, at the very least, I'm going to get my dagger back.
All right, you can go ahead and recover your
Ditto.
dagger easily.
I assume we can recover our bolts and arrows and
Yes.
shindig. Excellent.
I realized that when we got into a fight, I'd never even asked you all like what you were good at doing. So like, I'm really sorry. I didn't know what to do with a bless.
It worked out in our favor either way.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
Whoa, did you see me, Bud? It actually
You
worked
did
for me
very
this time.
well, Maple. I don't know. I would have been dead if it had been just me.
Well, that makes me feel good, Bud. I'm glad you're still around. I don't know what I would do without you to carry the money bag.
Well, it seems like in this situation, it did matter that we were all here. So maybe at times there is abilities we all have that kind of help. Chris, what time is it?
So at this point, you had been traveling for a couple hours, so it is early afternoon.
Well, Fenn, is there anything we can take for this, for food rations, something like that? I mean, it seems a waste to just let it sit here and rot, but
I mean, if you want me to, I can gut it real quick, and I mean, I would need time to truly take it apart as an entire carcass, and I understand that maybe time is of the essence, but if we want to get like some quick meat from it,
I think
probably manage that.
it's fair to say that maybe a small break is is in order.
Oh yeah. Is anyone else hurt?
Yes.
I mean, I know you got hurt. I saw that. That was like, woof. Anyone else get hurt? No.
Well, I guess we could take a quick rest, and everybody could.
Maybe
I can
that
try
would
to
be
cut off
Agreed.
the meat and do some things from that, so we'd at least have something to eat. I don't think I've ever eaten this before. I don't know how tasty it is, but we can at least have it as. We can always barbecue it, I guess.
I'm sure it will. What do they all say? Taste like chicken.
I think that if you end up gutting this creature for meat, it'll be evening by the time you're done anyway, so.
We're no strangers to sleeping on the road. If we wish to stop for the evening,
It's a little early yet, though. I mean, we haven't gotten. It's only a little bit afternoon. That's right, Chris? Right?
I mean,
It's getting on for probably 3 in the afternoon at this point, between the couple hours of travel and the fight, and everybody sort of getting their bearings about them now and whatnot.
I would say we could take a quick rest now and then maybe get a couple more hours down the road, or we can just go now for another hour or two. But I understand if everybody wants to gather themselves.
Sounds
I'm
good to
okay
me,
for either.
Ahzyris says, appearing behind everyone as he finally joins the group.
Where did you come from?
I I think Maple looks at Fenn and goes, how quick could we gut it together? I haven't done this very often, but I think an extra set of hands would probably help you do it real quick.
Well, I tell you what, we could all. Just matters how bloody you want to get.
With hold on a second. With gutting it, are you looking to just harvest meat, or are you trying to really gut this thing and break it apart? What are you looking to accomplish?
Let's get some bullet haggis.
Yes, at least some jerky.
From Finn's perspective, I think he would just be like, well, let's just try to get some quick meat out of this.
All right.
I don't know how tasty this is, and I could probably forage for something just as good. So
sure. Give me a survival check with advantage because Maple is helping you. Go ahead, Drew.
So
as you go up,
also Veirona taps you on the shoulder and adva me, and you have guidance. So add a d4.
Okay.
With advantage, it's 22. Then throw in the D4. Oh wait, where is that?
Fenn is just one of those guys that skins a deer in like 10 minutes on YouTube.
Yeah, so we'll stick with 22. So
okay, yeah. So with a 22, the help of Maple and the rest of your friends looking on very impressed, you managed to completely gut everything from the underside of the armored hide of this bullet. It is dressed, it is gutted, and when you cut open the gut cavity and get all of the stomach contents and intestines out on the ground, you find within its gullet 13 gold, 46 silver, and 100 copper pieces, as well as a mangled, bloodied dagger with a hand still attached to it.
Well, that's kind of disgusting. Although I got to say, Maple, that was a lot easier having someone of your strength to be able to just hold it up. It had taken me a lot longer without your help. But guys, it looks like we got a little extra treasure in the belly. And I just kind of portion it out to everyone, and then I don't know.
You clean it off first.
I hold up the hand with the dagger still in it, but I hold it by the hand for some odd reason. And
maybe be careful with that and don't touch it for just a quick second. And if we're go ahead.
No, hearing Cloud say that, I get all like, and I just drop it and fall to the ground, and like I think the dagger clatters free of the hand.
If this is like a short rest type of time, then I'll ritually cast Detect Magic just to see.
Sure. I definitely think this would be long enough that you can all take a short rest if you care to. Your Detect Magic reveals nothing.
Okay. No, it's fine. It's just the hand. I thought maybe it was like weirdly cursed or something.
If nobody wants the dagger, I could definitely use it.
I don't really want to touch any of this stuff because it is disgusting. I'm going to go over, sit here by the tree, and like flatten my fur.
Yeah.
Was there a pond around here somewhere?
There is a pond on the what would be the west side of the road across from where this encounter happened.
Well, I definitely don't need a dagger. I've got my own one that I use for gutting. So Anara, if you want it, that's fine by me.
Does anybody else want it? No. All right. So I take the dagger.
Anara, you are now the proud owner of a slightly damaged. The blade seems in good shape. The pommel is a little scuffed up, and It is still fairly covered in blood and bullet bile.
Okay.
Yum.
I'm gonna go over to the pond and clean it off.
Okay.
I'm gonna start slicing up some bullet steaks.
Easily done with your survival check. All right. What else would you guys like to do?
Just so we can get it out of the way, since there's an odd number of gold pieces, counting it all out, everyone would get 2 gold. And then I believe you said 43 silver, correct?
46.
46, which would mean that everyone gets 6 silver pieces. And for the copper, everyone gets
That was a freebie battle.
14, yeah.
14.
14, yeah.
I was a little bit worried.
Minus 1 person, but that's okay.
I think you
and
guys
just-
have found your treasurer, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was Johnny on the spot
also,
there.
Also, Chris, just so you know, the math checks out because Veirona only took 1 gold, only took 5 silver, and took 13 copper. So
Humble
everyone else
brag.
gets it, and she takes 1 less.
Weird flex, but okay.
Yeah, as though I was attempting to do that math in my head as he was speaking. Like, I'm gonna go back and
Well,
rewatch the
Just so-
video to see if
just
you got the
so
math right.
You know, like,
Yeah.
I trust you.
honest.
Mabel will take hers and Cloud's coins over to the pond and rinse them off before handing them to Cloud.
Thank you.
For the pouch.
I very much appreciate you, Maple. I see now, like before in that last battle when you were missing every time, that clearly you don't miss all of the time. So I was very glad. Thank you for washing them off.
Thank you so much for noticing. It's so nice to have a role model. And then she'll just turn and join the rest of the group.
Well, does this count as dirty money? I mean, I'm not really sure if that's what they meant.
I think it'd be more apt to call it blood money.
Dirty blood money.
Dirty.
All right. Are you going to continue on down the road, or are you going to choose to make camp here?
I think we're gonna continue a couple hours, right?
Yeah, how far
Yeah.
away are we still half a day, full day away?
You are so it is a full day's travel. You have traveled about 2 hours, so you would have another, we'll say, probably solid 6 to 8 hours of travel, including having to make stops and whatever other adventures might ensue along the way.
Okay. Well, y'all, we got a couple options the way I see it, just depending on how everybody feels. We can go ahead and just camp here for night. I know we just had a bit of a commotion. And so if we want to do that, we can. We still got about 8 hours worth of traveling. We could go a little bit further, but I also know that was a tough fight. Rhys, I know you put yourself right in the middle of that. So if y'all feel like y'all ready to rest, we could do that. I'm happy to keep leading the way, though, if y'all want to go a couple more hours.
I'm not bothered.
good.
It's not the first time I've died, so let's keep walking.
Fenn hears that and it's kind of, okay, all righty. If everybody, then why don't we try to make our way for a couple more hours?
Yeah, I would also
Agreed.
like to say, but as we go and do these couple more hours, be aware that I can't do much more. So, and I look at Rhys and kind of squint my eyes.
I might have a few tricks up my sleeve left, so we're
Okay.
not entirely without something.
That's good.
With that as well, I'm gonna go ahead and reach out, pull out some mistletoe, and I'm gonna cast Goodberry.
Okay.
Okay. So and then I'm just gonna pass out to everybody one of these and say, well, this was a trick my mother taught me, but if you're just really down to where you don't have anything else, it can just help a little bit, but it'll stay with you for about a day. And so I just hand it out, and everybody gets a good berry.
Okay, which also restores a hit point for Rhys. I don't think anybody else took
But you
damage.
can either hold on to them, or I can give, it's a.
I give mine to Rhys.
Yeah, I'll just give mine to Rhys too. It's okay for now. I'm all right.
Bryce eats all of the berries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think everybody shares.
I think everybody kind of just.
So I just give him like kind of a open-handed offering of good berries, which for some reason I'm picturing like Captain Crunch Frankenberries type thing. But
sure, why not?
I give those. So there's 10 of them there total, and it can give you a total of 10.
Okay.
He only eats a few, and then he feels it's fine.
Outstanding. All right. Well, you continue on down the road several more hours as darkness sets. You go about making camp and getting ready for a night's rest, having found a new group of friends, and if not friends, at least companions, and dealing with a very difficult encounter that has laid one of your new traveling companions almost to the bone. And it is now a good time for us to bring tonight's session to a close. So nice job, everybody. Well done. For everybody who has joined us for this evening, thank you for joining us and spending some time with us. We hope you enjoyed. We will be back next Wednesday at 7 Eastern to pick up with our adventures in Umbranthal and see where our travelers head to next. If you're around on Saturday at 10 a.m. Eastern, I will be doing some more world building live here on Twitch. And as always, if you missed any part of it, you can check out our VODs on YouTube. Thank you all for your evening. We'll see you soon. Cheers.
Thank you, everyone.